All right. We are live. And I have to say, it's nice being back. For those who are here who did not know, I took a week off. I had a really rough week the week before. Like, my computer crashed because my apartment complex can't let us know when they're going to cut the power. And I lost a lot of information. And then I had to go to a funeral. And it was a really rough week. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a week off. I'm gonna just relax, play video games all week, and just not think of work. Well, the day after I say I'm taking a week off, Paizo approaches me and offers me to join their partners Discord. So I had to work a little bit on my vacation, not too much, but yeah. So now I'll be doing hopefully some more Paizo content in the future. Um, it's I'm at least doing a collab. Protected forever. I'm at least doing a collab, a bi-weekly collab with another Paizo streamer. Starting this next Saturday. We're having our session 0. I don't know if it's going to be streamed yet, so I won't be putting out their name quite yet. Want to make sure that everything goes right before I put it out there. But that's kind of in the works. And also, might be showing up for like a podcast for like an Australian Paizo lore channel because I like the Galarian lore a lot. So those are the immediate projects, and I'm sure there's going to be more to come. And now I can actually work on it. Also, I'll be producing more videos for YouTube because now is a great time to start doing that. Now that I have official Paizo support, so I'll be looking for it over on the YouTube channel, Bella Gamer. I think I have a link in the below the stream, so you can check it out there as well. But yeah, so had a week off, and to be fair, this particular campaign has also had we've been gone for almost a month. I think there's we had 3 weeks we were missing.
Last game we did was on the 19th of
Agony, Unrelenting.
the last month.
Yeah, so 10 days short of a month. Yeah, Agony.
Now.
Yeah.
Well, I'll always advocate mental, personal health over gaming. So we make sure we take our time to take care of our players.
To which all players and friends in the group wholeheartedly agree. Don't let a hobby cross into anything more than that. Gets a little detrimental.
Well, I have to convince some players, hey, if you're not feeling great, don't come. I don't care if you're trying hard to be here. I want you at your best. Game's not worth your health. As long as you don't
kick me out of games when I hit 6 a week again.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There was a funny meme on Facebook. It's like, oh look, the bridge I said I would cross. And it's like, yeah. Oh, no, it's the hype train. Everyone's subscribing. Hype train incoming. Oh no, just triggered with 3 people.
Oh shit, it's a rolling. 3 people.
So many people. It's like one of those the little push up and down ones where you have 2 people on either side. It's just one singular little dinky ass
It really is that little kind of. I think it's like a trolley. No, it's not a trolley car.
Yeah, it's
just one of those little service carts. I'm not sure what they're actually called.
I don't remember, but you know.
I only remember them from the Metro games, so I know they exist because of that.
They are a thing.
Oh, fantastical! What an interesting invention.
But as a brief recap for probably like everyone here, where we last left off, the group spent like a whole session getting ready to face the Lord of Madness, getting therapy along the way, strategizing, getting some minor artifacts that should help protect against mental influence. And when you all finally return back to the Black Sun facility, you found that everything there that was being sustained by the madness was slowly dying as the Lord of Madness, now with less chaos to feed off of left.
He clearly got defeated by that one session of therapy.
Yeah, it's just the good vibes.
The power radiating out of
ruined.
Moth for once was actually wholesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
It just like it killed a whole bunch of stuff in Moth just because it was like so much positive energy.
The shadow
also,
flame
we
became
came up with
darker
the-
or brighter that day.
We also came up with the best character story, which is to have an amulet that locks your emotion in place.
Oh
It was
god,
just somebody
I'm
who just
gonna...
went through absolute shit, felt like Glee one time and just put the necklace on. It was like, I'm just gonna live in this state forever.
I'm going to play that character down the line. Like, mark my words, I'm going to play that character. That sounds like a great time.
That's such a cursed character.
I know.
Anyone mind checking my audio for me, please?
Oh yes, that's a good idea.
I've just
I hear
with
myself.
everything that's been going on, I want to make sure that we're all good.
Alex,
I
can you hear me
success.
in two-tone?
How about me?
How
Are
about
you
me?
vaping?
Yeah.
What the fuck's wrong with
It's
you?
CBD.
You're gonna get popcorn lung.
Probably, but it's like one of the good ways I can relax. And I need
Oh
to
no.
relax.
Going to Ellensburg has changed him.
It has.
I mean, you're all in Washington
Too much
State,
freedom
so.
from his Mormon life.
You know what the funniest part too is? Because I started vaping CBD because I'm like, I need a way to relax. And you know what? I've been able to, like, for the first time in years, be able to just relax. And I went home and I was like, hello, mother, father. Yes, I do this. And my mom was like, good for you. I'm proud you found a thing that you can, like, that can help you. And I'm like, this is not the response I expected from my mom. But all right.
It's because your mom was like, me too. Shh.
Your mom's been sneaking alcohol for years. Just kidding.
You're all in your morbid character growth arc.
Yeah. You know, I'll say this, especially because recording this. If you want to know what the peak, like, Mormon character arc beginning is, it's when they start drinking caffeinated hot chocolate. It happens all the time. But what happens is, you know, not allowed to drink coffee. But okay, I have a hot chocolate. Oh, there's caffeinated hot chocolate. Then it starts going down to tea, like a nice, like, chamomile or something. Then it goes to, like, iced coffee, then, like, coffee. You have a coffee maker now. It's like a fucking spiral.
And then
That's
they
how it
break
starts.
out of the fucking
Yes.
matrix, like, I've
Then you
seen the
break
light.
out. Because the fact you started doing this, everybody around you is now very condescending. And then you're like, oh. Huh.
Oh, I'm not being love bombed anymore.
Yeah. That is the Mormon character arc.
I love our cast of players. We come from all walks. Oh, we got a hype train emote. Woo!
Woo.
It's Husky Puppy. Man, I've never been more excited to see my friends just sit there and emote and this is like it's like the hype train has just all been you guys. This is all the players, and then we all have.
Listen, we're all
God.
here in support of you and
Yeah.
also continuing our games. If this
Yes.
is what we must do to see our stories completed and our hearts broken once more, then that's what we gotta do.
Due to my
That's fair.
Hopefully
character.
this game ends better than the last.
See, my
Last.
character trait, I'm not allowed to emote like you know, with facial expressions or my tone of voice. I'll just emote in the chat how I'm feeling. If Sebastian
I would
sees something
like
cool, it's a dog.
Sebastian as like a therapist exercise to begin to like communicate in emojis. So that he has to express emotion. Like he has to convey his thoughts and feelings at every given moment with emojis.
Does he just hold up like a picture of like what he's feeling?
No,
This
he
his
is like
little-
he's like a toddler given a cell phone temporarily, and he has to just like type in a bunch of emojis. And if it's not like at least a solid line, then it's not enough. He should be
See-
doing a paragraph though to properly show the depth of human emotion.
See, I was picturing like he has like a little deck of like flashcards, and whatever emotion he's feeling, he holds it up with like both hands, like
we
you know,
can
like,
start
you're
there.
Yeah.
But I would like it to look like a shit post by the end.
be pretty cool.
Also, in some slightly, I guess, better news. I don't know. It's debatable whether it's good or bad news. Susanna has Mondays and Tuesdays off, so we don't have to necessarily hard cut off
Nice.
at 8 o'clock. Granted, probably should still keep to like a 4-hour period, but still, like, at least Suzanne will be here for player awards now.
Yeah, happy that like it doesn't have to get rushed at the end, like you know, so you're not late for work. Like glad for that at least.
And we get hangout time with you.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I haven't seen you people in forever.
Who are you people?
Suzanne has only spoken to you strictly in character for months.
This is a pure business relationship.
Please don't refer to me by my name. You'll refer to me exclusively as Death Carpet or my character name.
Oh yeah, that was another thing weird. I had to change my Discord name, like my general Discord name, because I'm doing official stuff now.
Nice.
I don't know who you've become.
A stranger.
I know. Stunks. Anyway,
This is the betrayal.
this is the betrayal. Yeah. Now I become the content creator.
Too bad luck.
Oh yeah. Also, I'll probably be actually making another YouTube channel for my VODs.
It's a good idea.
Just
That way they don't
because.
get bogged down the rest of the videos.
Yeah. I mean, right now I have them all like in their own categories or whatever, but that doesn't mean new videos show up. So, and I don't have thumbnails, which makes it even harder to visually find things. So I'll have to probably make thumbnails as well.
Maybe you should just
And-
have like Fidwit's art in the corner and then some meme that encapsulates the session for excellent clickbait and then the title over that.
I just need to do what Critical Role does, and we just all need to get grouped together for like a weekend and just take a whole bunch of photos with a variety of costumes and props
Lark
doing a variety
time.
of things. Because that's all they did for Critical Role. They just all got together in like a photo room in cosplay with various props, and they just took
Alright.
random pictures together.
Listen, I'm game if you pay for my plane ticket. Because I'm not driving over there.
It's just
That's
Alex.
coast to coast, and I ain't doing it.
So stupid, but it's just Alex in different variants of torture.
No, like in the back of like you guys are all posed like you know like the Critical Role stuff, and it's just Alex booking it in the background of every picture with me giving chase with a sword.
I do like the idea of just one of them being just a blurry frame. Like of just
Just cryptid
somebody
found
running.
footage, but it's Alex running for his life.
No, see, Alex just needs to be a cryptid. He just needs to stand, face forward, dull expression, just arms at his side, and then we just copy paste him into various like small corners of each image.
Bold of you to assume I haven't done that already.
I said it because it matches.
I have just a blank PNG of myself. Like, just the fun things.
This is why we keep you around, Alex.
Yeah, it was specifically for this meme where there's a picture of myself with like this Snapchat like expand filter, where the only suitable fucking like I guess comparison is I look like this one villain from JoJo Part 5, like just big, like just massive dude, and it's just my housemates call it Fridge Alex, and so I was just finding ways to like get rhymes of it.
I heard you pronounce it Bige.
What do you mean?
Just the way you fucking said that.
Yeah. Let me see. Do I have it? I'm gonna look in my fucking picture folder. I know I have it.
Also, sorry we haven't gotten started with the game. It's been a while since we've all actually been together.
Gotta do our catch up.
Yeah.
True.
Also, I had the saddest fries from McDonald's. They're just slightly overcooked.
There you go.
Whoa, it's me. .png.
Whoa, it's me.
I like the like useless angle that this is tilted at.
Yeah.
It's not off enough to look intentional. This is just like looking at somebody like hanging. Oh no!
Your
Why
left
would you make
shoe
an
is like-
emoji?
I thought it'd be funny. I find it funny.
Your left shoe is really throwing me off.
I know. It was a little weird. That was a
just gonna be
strange thing.
so
to
See,
say.
1 second.
It's gonna be so tiny.
That's what I like about it. It's really tiny. I just wanted to fucking like put myself in like different movie scenes like off to the side, but I haven't found anything funny to use it for. It's just been sitting
Is
in
this
my
on
computer.
stream? Should be on
No,
stream.
I don't see anything.
No, it's pitch black, bud.
Pitch black.
Yeah.
I see just chatting.
Well, I mean the just
to-
chatting thing, like the screens are blank. They're black. Or maybe he's just that small. It's like the meme of the
Had to do it to
where
him.
the fuck is he? I know he's here.
Oh, there it is. Alright.
Now I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up. Ah shit! It's me on the big screen.
There he
There I
is.
am.
There's his PNG.
There's the PNG.
Man, I like
made.
how something is taking a bite out of your leg.
I know, right?
Listen, jeans are just like that too.
That is just my pants. Like that's just how it happened. It just looks like that. But yeah, it's just me. It was a picture of me standing on a bridge.
Well, time to very small edit Alex into the thumbnail of every video you ever make, hidden somewhere in there.
You have the PNG. Do with it
Yeah.
what you will.
Yeah.
I
There's
trust
one
you
where
to
there's
use it.
none there until somebody does that thing where they check how much like a photo's been edited and there's just like an Alex shaped like bright area.
You take a certain like pictures of our thumbnails. You like invert the colors. It's just a hidden one, just hiding somewhere.
No, yeah. No, just do what like all of them do. Is just I'll just have the thumbnail and a teeny Alex hidden, and I'll just have an arrow pointing to it in the thumbnail, and be like, "What's this?" question mark or whatever.
When we're ever doing like a RP and it's like Alex's story arc, it'll just slowly get bigger and bigger as each episode gets by.
The best part is the answer to the "What's this?" will be the same every time. The wrench in all of our plans. For the light of our sessions, unfortunately. Can't get rid of him now. He's too ingrained.
I'm stuck here.
Also, I should mention as a recap that I like cut halfway through.
Oh yeah.
Tangenting away. You also found out the loose whereabouts of 091.
Yep.
And the man who's currently hired / purchased him.
But we're gonna ignore all of that and instead go check a cabin in the woods. Except this one's the horror cabin in the woods. The other one's the wholesome one, we hope.
You hope.
Hopefully.
You just find a desiccated skeleton on the ground with a caved-in skull.
It's my fear.
I should probably drop out of the centipede before we go visit that cabin, though.
Dad, what's that?
What the fuck?
Heart
My
attack
heart.
and dies. Then what's not scary? It's fine.
Finn was
He's
very
pretty
scary
good.
in that form. I don't
Shit.
care.
Okay,
I don't care what
kind
you
of-
say.
But
What?
Fenwick has Charmer.
He has extra arms for hugging. Cameron, can I have mastery in hugging? Can I have a 250 in hugs?
I mean, I think you already have mastery in hugging.
Well, I mean, yeah, I actually am at over 250 in attack.
Are you over 250, really?
I'm at 250. My
That's
if I
insane.
use my martial arts, I go over.
I believe the bonus can't surpass the class bonus.
There's also the special bonus that they get from one of their martial arts that gives a +10 to whatever.
Yeah, but I think that still can't go over the class
only have
bonus.
My bonus
Kung
with
Fu
the
thing?
martial arts is 15. It's only 15 over the 250.
What class are you, though?
1 in Warlock and 10 in Tau.
Okay, I don't think Tau actually gets a bonus to attack, do they? Questions.
I dunno. I put my points where they go, and then the sheet does the thing. But it has, like, Tau's level things. So it should be keeping pace fine. If it should be under, though, I can check the formulas later, though, because there's a lot of them.
Oh, right. I don't have PDF reader.
Your life is a nightmare. I'm sure there will be no combat today. It'll be fine.
That's okay. I can read it by opening up Microsoft Edge.
Ew.
I
You
know.
can view the PDF in Firefox or Chrome.
It's just the auto thing they have it set up for.
Change your PDF openings to something else. Don't do this to yourself, not Edge.
I need to get PDF reader. That's what I really need to do.
Hi, Ripley.
She heard you say that we weren't going to be in combat.
She's begging. Please, Father, a crumb of murder.
It's been so long.
She
Life
was
is
denied
misery.
the death of the madness.
Anyway, so you're all kind of standing there now. We left off with Sebastian closing off the entryway into the facility. By the combination of ground control and tunneling through the earth with Finley. Finwith, oh my god.
The fuck's Finley? Who have you been cheating on Finley with?
That's from the Tuesday game.
That's
Alright, well, they're not allowed to have that name now. They have to change it. Finwith is the one true Finn.
Don't tell that to Felicia. Felicia. Oh my god. Alicia, she'll actually change it. It's been a week, and I did not rust the entire week. Anyway, you're standing there. The earth has been churned to do its best to hide what remains. What do y'all do now?
Well, we gotta cure Finn with madness. That's what we wanted to do. Because I'm pretty sure what happened with it is, at least it was implied that like Sebastian could sense.
Oh yeah. There was
When you used it in the room to sense psychic matrices and stuff, you would have been able to see the Finwith thing, but Cameron didn't bring it up then. So,
yeah. And if he saw that, he would have done it instantly. Like that would have been on site, like, destruction of psychic power.
That being the case, I guess go ahead and roll and make sure your brain doesn't melt.
Ripley, you're biting my way. I need a roll. How do I? My brain don't melt.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a 180, so that'd be very hard. No, absurd. So very difficult level powers are destroyed.
Okay. Yeah. The second you think it, there's like an inaudible and Fenwith, your sense of anxiety just disappears.
As it like happened, as he did it, it was kind of like had the necklace off, like sensing out in the room, immediately gets that ping and just pivots, hand towards you, destroys that matrix.
just awkwardly looks like,
You had a lingering effect from the Lord of Matches. I've destroyed it.
oh, thanks.
I apologize for not catching it sooner.
A lot happened. It's fine. Scuff's foot.
And then to the future.
Back to the future.
And we're here.
Abandoning the overturned earth as we had left off last time. We're just gonna looks to Sebastian. Ready to go?
No. But we're going to do it anyways.
Struggles between conflicted, concerned, considering offering blatantly on his face, like, we can stay, but then realizing what you mean, and then just looking kind of proud. Yeah. Alright, well, guess we'll fly on back up.
Okay. So, I believe easily enough you managed to get everyone back up to the Temple of the Skyward Eye.
Either we fly them or we get fucking Golan?
Unfortunately, I have no way of talking to him on the ground.
Yeah, I mean just flying up there says, yo, get that lightning bolt.
I mean, that's
Right,
also
that's
a way
good.
you could do it, I suppose.
Yeah. It's one or the other.
How many people can you lift at once with your mind magic?
I think just one.
How many
So,
innate slots do you got?
Oh yeah, you could probably use multiple. I have 4.
Yeah, you're able to airlift everybody, I guess.
I need 4 innate slots for like the shit I do. Because I bought an innate slot just for the aesthetic of constant floating.
Sure.
We're aware. We know even in your sleep that you're floating just a little bit off the bed.
Floating, shield, sword flying, and lighting.
What's even the point if you can't do them all at once?
Exactly. I don't want to have to stand while I do combat. Ugh. Disgusting.
Everyone in your party standing. I can't believe we're cringe because we stand.
Imagine like having leg muscles.
I don't have to imagine. We all 3 have the calves of a god.
True.
Yeah, you're all
I was gonna
like
say
semi-divine beings. You have levels rivaling, dark gods.
Level 11. No biggie.
GM sweats.
And we only have a couple more arcs to go.
Yeah. So y'all arrive in the Temple of the Skyward Eye. Home sweet floating home. Olin is, currently, though surprisingly in a more relaxed fashion, kind of like altering the variety of screens in the control room. He doesn't seem to be actively doing anything other than just maintaining the ship's various functions.
Must not be any cool dragon shows to watch on right now.
But what do y'all do?
I guess request to go to where the cabin used to be.
Yeah, Sebastian wants to try to remember at least like where it is roughly, because he is a good memorize. Like he has a really good memory, but he did it from the ground. So if he can at least help direct Olin.
It was a rather traumatic night, and while there's a lot of it you very keenly remember, when you left the facility, you just ran in any direction.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very difficult 180 memorize.
Well, not likely, but let's try.
If I could help you remember things, I would.
Damn, I thought that was a 9 for a second. I was very excited. Yeah, it's only a 140.
It's somewhat hard. You know that you ended up, like, in Goldar, more or less. And there's only so many routes you could have taken to get there, but for the exact place of the cabin, you honestly have no keen memory of. As you were running through, for days on end, you were just traveling aimlessly, just trying to get somewhere.
Do you remember how many days?
It was too hard to know, really.
Where's the other?
It was somewhere deep in the woods, somewhere just in Goldar. Looking at the map, it probably means he's somewhere in this range.
The Floride
That's what I was
Forest.
thinking.
Where are we currently in, Gabriel? About.
You're currently somewhere up
Man, you hoofed it a long ass ways as a traumatized child with no supplies.
How it be sometimes.
At least you didn't go east.
Yeah. Good than worst.
Imagine escaping anything into Moth.
Yeah.
It'd stop pursuing if there was something after you, but that wouldn't be good either.
Yeah. But yeah, as like talking to Olin, just if there's any sort of like map of it, he's at least providing like the most details he can remember, like giving at least a general radius of like where it could be.
Yeah, the ship. He kind of fiddles with some stuff, and a large 3D map kind of expands out, and a topographical map kind of like raises up in this on the screen. It gives you a kind of a loose overhead of the area. Any motions that someone around here would probably be, you know, where it would have been.
That's what I'm thinking.
Alright. We should be there in, let's see, how many hours?
3 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Where is...
Stupid flying ship.
Oh, God. It's not on here for some reason.
We should be there in about 2 minutes. Just kidding.
I mean, it takes us literally a day
Leaps.
to get from where we are to Rosencrantz, so...
Yeah, I know. It's just one of these things where...
You gotta write a
Don't
note
know.
somewhere. Make like a GM notepad in the Roll20 for your shorthand.
I do have a notepad there, just not for distances.
But to Sebastian Fenwick, who's kind of in the back and has stayed back, even though he seems very interested in the like weird map thing that showed up. I can always fly down if we want to like split up and try to find stuff. Between the temple and your floating and my flying, we might be able to find it.
One of your transformations, you have better eyes with it, correct?
Same one. All eyes are real good. So's their hearing.
Then that might work. Make sure you have the earring.
Then Ash just looks at Alexi like, weren't you able to sense how many people were in that place?
I could definitely do so, though admittedly I have never met this man that though
But if you felt like one or two things alone in the woods that were like people, could you tell? And like what direction?
I could probably do that. It is just a cabin in the woods, yes?
Yeah.
Every single time the phrase cabin in the woods is said, I just see the elevator scene just burst out.
Alright. It's approximately somewhere over like 600 miles away. So, at 30 miles an hour, you'll be there in like 20 hours. So, that being the case, y'all have a day to yourself, more or less. As the temple shifts and begins moving, accelerating slowly.
We have a day to ourselves. We could all spar.
No, I'm still very hurt. I have to heal and recover Xeon. I mean, the Xeon problem will solve itself in like 2 or 3 days. But besides that,
It's kind of a shame Anas can't share his health regen with you guys in any way, shape, or form.
nope, you can only suck our blood, you fucking leech.
Oh, yeah,
Hey,
you
we're in
got
the Flying Castle. He's got the kitchen. He
I was
can leave
about
you
to
guys
say,
alone.
You got the vending machine now.
Puts in a couple of quarters. Ooh, Duke's Arrest. Click. The worst part is when I did that, I thought of like the body going like
Inside of it. God.
Val tried so hard not to smile at that.
Out of sheer boredom, Anas would actually research in the library ways to pass the time.
You research in the library ways to pass the time.
Of the Duke Xeris.
He doesn't have a book to read, so he has to go talk to
Or sorry,
something.
that's the,
The Deva.
yeah, Deva. I saw it there, but that's...
There's a
There's
lot
a
of D names, actually. There's
Yeah.
3 races that names begin with a D.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Deva, Daima, Dejani,
Oh, there's 4.
Then the Duke Xeris.
and Duke's Arrest. Yeah.
Mostly out of boredom, but he does it also out of curiosity, seeing if they had their own ways of passing the time. He just didn't bring a
They're
book
bunch
or
of
anything to
fucking
read.
nerds. So subjugating some powerful supernatural entities, reading their Kindles, shit like that. Being incredibly weak and getting dunked on by every other race, if it doesn't include magic.
Well, as you go through the variety of phrases to kind of change it to Latin, which you have to do every time you interact with these librarians. The Deva kind of like manifests and it's like, how can I help you today?
He has an idea in his head, but he's not sure if it'll understand, so he has to pause and reword it.
I think this thing's smarter than all of us combined by a lot, so...
I didn't say Anas was that smart.
How do I sharpen my edge?
Oh yeah, all of us have 6 and 5 in intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Which isn't horrible. We're just not wizards.
He pauses. What were common pastimes for the Deva?
Most Deva were very astute and spent a majority of their time researching various fields of summoning or areas of magic.
Shakes his head, gives up on this, shuts down the terminal, and just starts wandering. He's like, is there a deck of cards around here or something?
Nerds.
It was just doing a dramatic pause. The next part was going to be and subjugating a whole bunch of races under their rule.
I don't suppose the Deva kept anything like chess sets or anything on board, since this place has been pretty much barren except for the bare essentials.
Chess sounds like something they would invent. But it's like the 3-tiered one.
Maybe in one of their more, like living-based cities. This is a research facility.
Oh, come on, there can't have been one bored researcher that brought something to work.
Have them smuggled any games?
I mean, when you're researching a continent-sized creature, there's a lot to do.
I guess. Just the game of life, but it's Deva version.
But no, unsurprisingly, this place is rather devoid of maritime activities.
Sebastian tries to do his normal thing of usually when they're traveling somewhere, he is trying to learn. Lately, he's been trying to learn the Deva language because he's just curious on how like this massive temple works. But he kind of just keeps going back and forth on different tasks or like activities, spending like 5 minutes on something, then doing something else. He can't really settle.
I can't believe Sebastian needs ADHD medication.
A lot has happened to him in the last few days.
I didn't say it was the only medication that he needed. He needs long-term therapy. Not Finwith hovers in people's shadows occasionally and avoids the shadow, and he feels better now though because he has his big fluffy wings back. Everything's better when you have giant wings.
Let's see. What would Alexi be doing right now? Probably not going back to those screens. That was an experience he never wishes to relive. Probably be looking into some of the history from the large man projector. Or training at the time.
This campaign since getting the temple has just been Vikings versus the hologram.
It really has. They're just there to help.
Oh, you know what?
Finwith doesn't trust it. It's weird.
That is weird.
He's seen a lot of other weird things, but most of those things have been like flesh and bone weird, and that he was already used to. He's flesh and bone weird, you know?
Do they know who Hingrim the Undying King is? That might be an interesting question.
Ask them if they know anything about... Fuck, what were they called? The ones that are going to bring about the end of the world.
Oh yeah.
Like 4 cubicles down. Where the thing can't see him.
Just see Finwith's eyes over the top of the partition.
To remind everyone, it's a large circular room with a variety of terminals.
I'll never stop saying it as a general, like, library
Like a public
lobby.
library,
Cubicles. Yeah.
I was looking in my notes for like, oh, what were they called? And I just like the only note I have on that in Sebastian's page is the world will end in 2 decades. Next line.
Not my
I know
problem.
I
Good
wrote more
job.
detailed for Arthur. I'm trying to remember. Now I want to know what they're called.
I know they're called the messengers, but
Okay, messengers.
I'm trying to remember. It's been over a year since you guys first came here. I think you guys looked up Hurringham before, but Alexi wasn't here for that.
That's true.
So, yeah. If Alexi wasn't even there, I guess I can just rehash if I did say anything. Heading, let's see here. Sigh. I really need to get PDF reader.
should have set that loading in the background. It would already be done.
Well, I had to find it because they want you to buy it, but I know you can do without buying it.
You're gonna be a bad influence on the kids.
Well, I already had it, is the problem.
They should teach how to torrent in schools. That's like necessary life skills.
Alright, here I go. When you ask the device about Haringam, it comes to life and it's like, Haringam, also known as the Lord of the Dead, waits in his Castle of Midnights, somewhere deep within the peak of the world. Many know him as the Undying King. It is thought that he is collecting a large amount of undead demons and elementals for some unknown cause.
And that was undead and elementals, or was there one more thing?
Undead demons and elementals. Even young dragons.
Do you know of the messengers?
Messengers, also known as couriers, often take messages from one city to another.
Fair.
I don't think he gave us another name for the things that bring like destruction or whatever. Just that the world's gonna end. What if it's avoiding answering the questions on purpose? Squints. It's knowingly sassing us. It knows we don't have administrator permissions. It's gauged our intelligence with captchas.
Do you know anything of Malekith, the Lord of Crows?
Malekith, also known as the Lord of Crows, is one of the 10 Lords of Darkness. A high elemental who has a level of gnosis that close to a divine beast.
The fuck's a gnosis?
That is a good question. What is Gnosis?
Gnosis, also known as one's fate, is a phenomenon that is not completely understood. All that is known is that beings with significantly high enough amount of gnosis can twist and alter fate to their desire, oftentimes in pursuit of ambitions, or unwittingly pursuing ends that have been laid out for them in prophecy. Gnosis can take many forms and can manifest in many different ways, whether it's meeting individuals who will help one on their journey for whatever destiny that beholds them, or coming across some fonts or hidden amount of power to make the individuals vastly stronger and more capable on their journey. Gnosis works in a similar way as this diagram, and the being kind of produces a image in 3D, and there's an orb, and it says Gnosis has similar effects as to gravity, though it works more in a linear path when it comes combined with temporal aspects. As such, the orb begins kind of pulsing, and a bunch of other little teeny orbs or various other shapes kind of manifest around it. It then begins moving like on a rail, and as the orb pulses, various things kind of slide into its path on this rail that it goes through. As you can see here, the stronger the Gnosis pull is, the more likely an individual is to come across items, people, or events that help them along their journey, or hurt them, depending on the prophecies of said fate.
We must got a lot of that stuff.
As Alexei goes to like scratch his head, and he realizes he's still wearing the headgear, which he takes off. And then
Where's Sebastian? I don't know what temporal means.
I don't even think Sebastian knows what temporal.
No.
No.
How would one measure the Gnosis?
As of right now, Gnosis is not a measurable phenomena. It is only recognized as a wish I was smarter to put this in smarter terms, but it is only recognized post fact when an odd amount of occurrences or events happen in one's life.
I got half of that.
What
Okay.
would be considered an odd coincidence in someone's life?
I'm sorry, the question you ask is too vague to answer.
What does a divine beast?
Divine beasts, also known as aeons, are beasts that have a high amount of gnosis, and thus the threads of fate tend to warp around and through them. Oftentimes, these aeons have immense power, whether they are put here by the gods or manifested naturally, is often debated, as many of said creatures have existed since the dawn of the world.
Ask if he knows about the Devourer then.
Do you know anything about the Devourer?
The Deva's face kind of like goes blank for a second as it seems to be searching through a database. It's like, there are 7 instances of entities known as Devourer.
It's sealed in the peak of the world, I think. Best guess. That's what the stories say.
What are the 7 instances?
First, Devourer is often indicative of a beast or creature that is voraciously a voracious hunter and eats all that it hunts. Many creatures have been denoted with the term Devourer purely for the aspect that it devours anything it hunts.
Listen.
Second, a variety of large wolves have been called devourer by the variety of peoples in the northern lands. Oftentimes, wolves are seen as to be great hunters and prude in their sense of prey they pick. Meaning that if a hunt is pursuing you, it intends to eat you. Third,
Others like that.
a variety of creatures, especially those from the wake, have been known to hunt creatures and consume them, predominantly to consume their souls. Some such creatures find the most destructive and violent ways to cause death to individuals because they believe it affects the flavor. Such creatures have been denoted as devourers for the pure sake that all they wish to do is devour the souls of those that they come across. Fourth, the native humans of the northern lands have dubbed one of the great beasts the Devourer. The Devourer is... I'm looking in the wrong section. I love how I can just, like, scroll through and then find pictures of girls in bikinis in this book.
That's Anima books for you.
That's
Anima
Anima
has a
books for you.
regretful aesthetic. And then you get to like some of the designs where they're just wilding out and you're like, this is what I'm here for.
Well, to be fair, the girls in bikinis are specifically for a certain thing, certain storyline. One you guys have touched upon, actually.
That's
Yep.
parodies.
Yep.
What the fuck's happening in that place? But I hate everything about it.
Here it is. Skul, the older brother
That's
to the great beast known as Fenrisulf.
Yeah.
Skul has been was a great beast that is said to have a lust for flesh and blood that had no equal. Being known as the ultimate predator and the father of all beasts, though such claims are ubiquitous at best. Skul is also known as the Corruptor, since it has the power to convert the creations of any other creature, gods, into monstrous forms. It appears as a gigantic serpent-like being, something close or akin to a dragon. It was sealed. Let's see. When is the timeline for this? One second.
To figure out if they would know it or not.
Yes. Which I had to find in a different part of the book. Because I think it was actually one of the Giovannis that did it.
Tiring. They just can't stay in their own lane. Like 3 guys did everything. Whole Zorn and a whole family line just flexing in the background. Great
They've done a
mystery?
lot.
Probably involved. If there was a human anywhere within a stone's throw, I was there. And if it was the Emperor, then there was also a lion. Maybe. For
Sometimes.
aesthetics, there should be a lion.
Depends on when in the timeline we're talking about.
The only lion that matters is Arkeet's buddy.
keep forgetting how useful of a resource this place is.
Yeah, again,
Yeah.
the forever limitation that, like, we have this temple with the stupid party.
Like
The fact that
biggest
we're
thing-
asking these questions is amazing. We've just been handed information enough to ask them, but, like, imagine Astrid sitting in here just, like, tearing apart everything available to her. She's also such a history nerd. Holy shit, she'd ask about literally everything. She's been in here taking fucking notes. I also imagine the Jericho crew probably would have gotten a lot of mileage out of this thing in addition to their fort. Their flying castle.
At least by the smarter members of the group, for sure.
Listen, not everybody in the party can be a brainiac. The arguments would take sessions.
Okay. The Devourer is currently held within the 6th Temple, chained down by the A-Tier, a group of human individuals of near divine-like power who would set across to establish a strong religion of honor and community amongst the northern tribes of humans.
How well known are the A-Tier?
The A-Tier? Any of the northern people, even from like Hoffman, would know the A-Tier. They're the Aesir. They're the Norse gods, essentially.
Oh, okay.
You're just a casual heretic. Wait, so where's the temple thing? And at this point, like, Finwith has actually, like, come a bit closer.
5. A large leviathan within the large oceans of the northern sea has been called the Devourer.
Actually, no. Let me keep talking. This is still cool. Still hate it, though.
Postulated to be some form of large whale-like entity, it is a beast of monumental size with a mouth large enough to consume even moderate-sized temples. There are many accounts of this beast causing shipwrecks and devouring boats that try to go from the northern lands to Belkazin. But of the many great beasts that the Deva do have information on, this one has seemed to elude all forms of captivity or summoning.
Hmm.
Sixth. Devourer is oftentimes attributed to a variety of high water elementals that take the form of massive whirlpools that can be found around the world. These massive whirlpools can suck any ship deep down into the depths to be crushed mercilessly. These whirlpools, also known as devouring maws, are one of the few instances where few can dispute the power of a high water elemental in its terrain, as only those who have a significant ability of flight or superiority swimming ability, which is unlikely, could escape such a torrent. Seven. A variety of mortal individuals have been known to take the title of Devourer, mostly sharing traits of unimpeded ambition, willing to take anything in their path. This does not speak so much of a voracious nature as much as individuals who will take and claim anything within reach.
Alright. And you wanted to know about the sixth temple, yes?
Yeah, where is it?
Where can the sixth temple where the devourer is held be found?
Unfortunately, that information is restricted.
Yeah, that's fair.
The location of all apocalyptic greater beasts is reserved for those who are of a Sigma class or higher.
What does apocalyptic mean?
I mean, he's still shouting across the room at you, so.
Oh, that's fair.
With this come closer by this point, but like he's still like nervously a bit away.
The machines are designed so that anyone else making questions in the room don't trigger them. So
That's
you
fair.
must be standing in front of it.
What would apocalyptic mean in this sense?
Apocalyptic means the entities, items, or powers with the capacity to end civilizations across the face of almost a Galarian of fuck, what is the world called?
Gaia?
Animal,
Gaia.
Oh, that or that.
If that was their word for it,
It is
I
Gaia,
don't know if they had
yeah.
a different one.
Well, it's translated, so.
That's fair. That is pretty bad.
You don't think they found it, did you?
What was that? He turns back.
He's just kind of like looking to you, and like the talons just kind of nervously like click together. He's like, I mean, there's 2 dragons awake now in the peaks, and the Scalding are all over the peaks and doing things, and there's this temple where Devourer is sealed in the peaks.
I'm not sure. It is possible.
I need to go ask Olin if he's the Sigma thingy. And he learns and walks back out. Nervous click of talons.
All right.
Clatters back to the other room.
All right. Alexia does have one final question. If it doesn't divulge
Sure.
into more, I should say.
Animal
Fair.
lore does this every time. This is our favorite though. Animal lore dumps are like rare when they happen, but you gotta get everything you can out of them. There's just so
Sure.
much shit.
There's a lot.
As of right now, what are the known divine beasts?
As of currently, there are 32 great beasts or aeons that are located upon the face of Gaia. Many of which have been sealed or exist within the wake.
I don't know if you want to go through 32 instances, Karen.
I mean, you could always just ask it to name them rather than go into every single one. The little summary on them.
That's true.
will be here for a hot minute if so, and he'll be scrolling through a lot of PDFs unless they're conveniently listed somewhere. But Anima,
They
like,
are conveniently listed somewhere.
oh, thank fuck. Anima
Nice.
did something for once.
All right, then I'll ask the group. Do you guys want to find out, or possibly find out? It might be locked behind information of 32 instances of divine beasts.
Sure, I have a feeling the safety noodle's on that list.
Yeah.
I'm fine with at least like the name list, and then if we're curious, we can ask for more on individuals.
Yeah.
All right.
Mostly for the chance of safety noodle. That's very fair. He deserves some time in the spotlight since we didn't get to see him in the wake, Cameron.
No, but we found his house.
Yep, we
Sure.
did find his house. I didn't even get a scale that I can't use because its gnosis is stupidly too high.
What is the names of the 32 divine beasts?
All right.
Here we
Here
go.
we go.
It's stuff that they might be able to fight. It's like...
It is a very Viking question to ask. Alright, so there's a bunch of stupidly powerful like creatures to the point of godhood. Yeah, now I want to know fucking like where the boss fights are. This is Shadow of the Colossus time.
So what was the question? Sorry. Who are them?
And being, in a sense, nice. What are the names of the 32 divine beasts?
All right. Animad, the messenger beast. Animad, the great beast of music. Naga, the mother of poisons. Hugin and Munin, the raven's eyes.
Oh, we probably know something about those.
Idea, the aeon of madness. Galgaliel, there you go. Galgaliel, the angel of gifts. Lix Tetrix, the walker of winds. Garuda, the wings of fire. Rakasha, the aeon of torture. Eden, the lady of eternal youth. Ethelrieth, the lady of names. Air, the first Valkyrie. Velis, the power of magic. Thanatos, the aeon embodying death. Charon, puppeteer of souls. Pandora, the divine punishment. Kagutsuchi, the fire lord. Forseti, the master of balance. Daruga. Information unknown. The Trinity of Beasts. Behemoth, Lord of Earth. Leviathan, Lord of Oceans. Ziz, Lord of Skies. Seryu, the Sky Dragon. Genbu, the Black Turtle. Suzaku, the Phoenix. Byakko, the White Tiger. Kirin, the Guardian of the Center. The Seller, the Great Beast of Bargains. Tawil At Umir, the Lord of Gates. Oh, one that's not located in here, which is very strange.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't hear that one on the list.
1 second. It might be in the core book.
I love how many of those we run into.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, we did have an invoker summoner, so.
Oh, balls. This is the Spanish one.
Listen,
And
Devin,
as much...
you have part of a list because I got almost everything. Mind you, a lot of the names are probably incorrectly spelled.
Fair. I started fumbling around the third one, so I was like, oh, it's over.
No, I got Ahmad the Messenger Beast, Amanon the Great Beast of Music, Naga the Mother of Poisons, Hugin and Hunan the Raven's Eyes, the Aeon of Madness, Galgaleel, the Angel of Gifts, Tetric, something like that, the Walker of Whims, Garuda the Wings of Fire, Aeon of Torture, Lady of Eternal Youth, the Lady of Names, Air the First Valkyrie, Velis the Power of Magic, Thanatos the Aeon of Death, Charon the Puppet of Souls, fucking whoever came after him, Kakasuchi the Lord of Fire, Forsetti the Master of Balance, Daruga Information Unknown, the Trinity of Beasts, Behemoth Lord of Earth, Leviathan Lord of Seas, Ocean, I forget which one. Ziz the Lord of Skies, Seiryu the Sky Dragon, fucking whoever came after him, the Black Turtle, whatever was after that one.
Genbu,
Let's-
Suzaku, Byako.
That helps. Not at all. The White Tiger, Kieran, the Guardian of the Center, the Seller, the Great Beast of Bargains, the Lord of Gates, and whoever the fuck Cameron's looking up now. I got most of it, though.
Pretty impressive.
I had to ditch
It
some
is.
names, because there's no way I was going to spell them right anyway.
If for your own sakes you want to know, they're actually in the Arcane Exit book. They are the variety of creatures you can summon.
Oh, okay.
The last one is Radrushka the Stormlord.
Yeah, it was a little weird that they weren't in that list, but I guess they're in the bestiary, to be fair. So I guess maybe that's why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not that I know why you'd be fighting him.
Well, when you interact with Rodrushka like I have, and you stupidly tried to control Rodrushka like I tried.
Yeah, well, most people should never be fighting it.
Oh, it didn't fight me. It was just like, oh, you're a flea, and then flicked me off.
Yeah.
There we are.
It's okay, you got a flying castle out of it.
True.
Unfortunately, you did destroy a city. Again.
Entire continent.
It wasn't the entire continent, it was just a city.
Oh, okay. See, it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it did.
No, it was only 3 by 5 miles, roughly, that probably got annihilated when it ripped itself out of the ground.
Also one of the largest repositories of knowledge on Gaia.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm very aware.
We don't know it's gone in this
Astrid's
timeline.
gonna throttle you motherfuckers to death. And then there's the volcano incident.
Oh, that was actually us completing the loop of how history was supposed to happen.
You
It just
still did
ended up being
destroy
us instead
2
of
whole cities.
somebody else. Was it 2 whole cities? I think it was just the one.
That one and then Radushka. You have leveled
Oh.
2 cities in Anima.
Not in the same campaign.
Still, you, Devin, hold the sin of both on your hands. You can tell certain parts where I got panicked and there's just a question mark before I very quickly moved on before I forgot whoever he was already finishing talking about.
Like I said, there's a bunch of them, so to have time to overly extrapolate.
Nah, you're fine. I can.
Also,
look
some
them
of
up.
them I had to read their text super fast to give them a title, because some of them it just has their name.
All right, guys, I got us a really fun hunter's log.
So, my only question is, which one's the safety noodle? And if he ain't on here, why ain't he?
Maybe it was before his time.
It's probably better if the Deva didn't know about him. So you could dominate him too.
I don't know, would that be considered summonable at that point? Because his whole job is just to kick you out.
Would that be the Master of Balance?
Maybe?
That's the name that sounds the most like the Safety Noodles MO. So
So one thing, no party has ever actually found the true name of the creature.
that's my guess. That sounds, they're probably not, Thanatos.
I apparently almost killed it though,
Yeah.
by accident.
You scared it. It was like, wow, ow. We normally don't do that.
Yeah, because Anima spells, you do a percentage of its health.
I tried to make its heart explode.
You almost did, and then it vomited you guys and split the party.
It didn't vomit them, it just didn't eat them.
To
That's
be fair, it didn't say, hey, I'm gonna get you guys out of the wake. No, it went, roar, 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 devour my friends. So, I mean, heart explode.
It actually might be Daruga because it says information unknown.
I love the triple question mark. It's great.
Yeah, there's just one that's just triple question mark, and then there's one that's just one question mark, because I got that it's the black turtle, I just didn't get its name, and then I'd had to do the 3 again.
I'm actually super interested in the seller, the Great Beast of Bargains.
Yes, Alexei, purchase conscious, with his firm grasp of economy.
Oh, I mean, Alexei could care less, but I'm interested in.
But yeah, if you wanna go and get the proper spellings of their names and everything, it's in the Archon Exit
Yeah,
book.
that's a later problem.
Now we can split off from Alexei. Unless anybody was particularly interested in any of them, but
Clearly you should just keep grilling it until you get... Hey, so which of these lives in the Wake in Gehenna Forest? Or actually, I think it lives in the regular, because it's not in the Wake when it's sleeping. So technically.
that is true. That is like
But
our
we don't know
main
about it.
battleground right now. We could be like, how many are in the wake, and then we go and complete that part of the Hunter's Journal, and then we go to the... Just kidding.
How many are in the Gehenna Forest?
Bold of you assume that all the great beasts need to be slain.
They
I'm
don't
sure some
need
of
to
them are
be, but they
nice.
would be
That's safety noodle.
cool to slay.
They
Yeah,
would
we
be
just-
a very fun fight if you could fight them.
We just turned this into a Monster Hunter campaign.
With absolutely no concern for the local ecology.
Yep, and we turned them into different sets of armor and weapons.
Please, no. You have no idea how much I'd fuck up all future Anima games.
Oh my god, we just
If I
keep
had
going
actually-
to Ishtar. Hey, we slayed this thing. Can you make it into something?
Hey, we killed this thing called Chiron, the Puppeter of Souls. Here you go. Can you make something out of this?
She just gets
No,
more and
we
more
just-
scarred, and she's like, wait, what are you guys doing? Half expecting you guys to just bring her a human corpse at some point.
A lot
As for
of
the
them are
Kieran thing-
humanoid.
Wouldn't that be like, I don't know, if something was going to be the center and it was going to be the Kirin, which is like super Asian looking at the other continent off the side, big island, wouldn't it be the center of like the big bay where like Ra's machine was?
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
There's a bunch of like crazy fucking currents and stuff around that place, right?
Oh yeah, you need the specific chart to sail it. Arthur has it. Arthur can sail it.
It's just
Arthur's
gonna end up
currently-
making like Tortuga in like that center area, and then like that's his hidden base from where he like goes to fight Black Sun.
He
I
does
think
know
there's
never
actually a
followed.
location called Tortuga. I'd have to look, but I believe so.
Oh, Anima.
Oh yeah. By the way, Cameron, are there Black Sun laboratories in that area, like that we're talking about in the water?
In the center of the inner sea?
Yeah. The one
No.
we can't say.
No,
Okay.
no.
Then Arthur has no reason to go there.
Well, that's what I was
Tall
saying.
Rocco
It's
is
your
there.
secret base. It's safe.
That's fair. He could fucking find like a little hidden island, and yeah, then just make a fucking Tortuga. I like that idea. It'd be fun.
There's just like muffled Jimmy Buffett and gunshots as you're sailing by.
I love the concept of Arthur sailing the high seas, listening to Margaritaville.
His retirement arc of revenge. But yeah, no, since he's done with that, then Fenwith will find his way back to the like central hub. Kind of make sure Owen's not like really busy with something. Clicks claws together for a second. Just, are you the Sigma thing for this place?
He stops and thinks for a moment. No.
Are you like better than that?
No. I am not a Deva, so I cannot hold rank within Deva's hierarchy.
Well, but what about the arm? Would it like not read you? Is it?
It would not. What are you getting into?
Well, we were asking questions in the library thing, and might have, you know, since there's stuff happened in the peak, asked about Squib. And it said that it's sealed in the 6th temple. And, you know, the Sculling are up there, and there's 2 dragons flying around, and just kind of worried they might be looking for it, or, you know, I found it.
I see. Well, unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about that. We don't have the Zeonic signature required to access that information. But the meeting place of 2 dragons, I think, is something that a place like this would be hard not to notice.
Yeah, all the, he kind of just points at the screens. And probably narrow it down.
The difficulty arises if the temple becomes attacked by the dragons. This place does not have adequate safety precautions. As we saw earlier.
Well, it can still see far, so we can keep an eye on it and try to figure out roughly where they are, and just put it back on the peaks, and we can just go see.
Is that where you'd like to go?
I think we need to. It said that it's, the reason we can't learn more is it's apocalyptic.
Yes, that would be a good reason to keep it out of the hands of anyone who would try to find that information.
Yeah. So, probably should make sure no one's found it. I'm not sure if that speeds it up because the thing that we met said that the world was going to end in a couple decades anyway.
Well, I can change course.
No, we'll do his thing first. That won't take too long.
All right then.
It's on the way.
I'll keep it noted though. I do recommend that whatever you're doing in the middle of these woods, you do so with haste.
Yeah, that's the plan. And he just turns and gone.
Okay. Anyone do anything else for the 20 hours?
No, I go heal. And recover my Xeon and my hammock in the trees.
Sebastian just tries to calm his nerves and rests to heal.
Nas just laying on his bed, bored out of his mind. Slightly kicking himself for not bringing something to do.
Man, just imagine living in these ages. Like, winter was the worst time. You just sat in your house and tried not to freeze to death.
Yep. And carved every piece of wood in your house for entertainment.
Yeah.
That's the Goldarian way. And great news, everybody. I'm now at 191 HP out of 320.
Christ.
Still more health than most squishy characters at this level. But definitely still nursing a partially bisected chest wound.
Yep. Well, early the next day, before the sun has risen, you come to a space above the Forad forest. Looking down below, you just see a sea of trees for miles in either direction.
Any signs of, like, smoke coming out of the forest in any part?
Roll search for me.
Don't think so. That's a 58.
Unfortunately, unless it's anywhere in your immediate proximity, you don't notice any smoke.
Actually, also, what time of day is it by now?
It's before sunrise.
And just out of curiosity, mainly for myself as a player, what moon phase are we on right now?
You got me there.
Waning crescent. I was just a moon phase, I know. Don't take this.
1 second, 1 second. I can look it up.
It just so happens during the waning crescent in this particular spot.
Giant beast just burst out of the trees.
I forgot to tell you about the truth of my adopted father. He's a werewolf, but slightly different.
I was more concerned for what's going to happen with Sebastian. I'm like, wait a minute, is that like in a few days?
Oh yeah, that's actually a good reason. That's fucking. I forgot about that whole shit. Oh boy.
Yeah, I gotta wait for that new moon.
Yeah, y'all gonna have fun with that. I won't be there for it, so
No, you will. You just won't have any knowledge or control.
yeah, that's what I mean. I won't be there for it. It's your guys' problem. Y'all aren't gonna be hurt. So
No, we
don't
just
worry
have to
about
babysit your ass.
that. Hopefully Horcrux doesn't like make me like superhumanly strong. Otherwise, you
or
have
just
to.
teleport away. He just
Yeah.
uses his like assassin stealth and he's just gone. It's like shit.
I just love the idea of him like gaining control, just laughing maniacally. I can do what I wish now, and then like Finwith puts him in a headlock, and he's like, "What? No, these scrawny arms."
Uh,
That's his
bones.
psychic ability.
you really want to know what's funny?
What?
It's a waxing crescent.
Yo, it's like the other.
It's fine, guys. I have the ultimate plan for keeping Horcrux from doing anything crazy. We take him to the cafeteria and be like, okay, but have you ever had ice cream?
Oh shit! Win him over with kindness.
There's popcorn. This thing can make something called M&Ms. I don't know the
So-
difference. They both just kind of look like M's to me.
If my brief stint with astronomy is remembered correctly, that means we're gearing up for more of a full moon. We don't gotta worry about it.
Yes, waxing is getting bigger. Waning is getting smaller.
Cool, that's what I thought.
So we got plenty of time for now.
I also know one of them's called a gibbon, like a waning gibbous or something. I don't know. I just know it's a funny thing. It's fun to say.
Gibbon's the monkey.
Yeah, it's just fun to say.
No, gibbous moon is
It's like a bit fatter than a crescent. It's like a fat crescent.
If you were in the Verdi game,
it's
you would
when the
have
moon
access
is
to
more than
all of
half
them.
full.
Fat crescent.
But yeah, so what do y'all do? You're currently floating, about a mile up.
Sebastian's already on the balcony, like waiting.
Can you like feel stuff?
Oh, yeah, I could reach out and he will sense for miles and miles.
What, does it actually have a distance?
It just says miles and miles.
Wait, which one do you have?
I have the max of the key detection.
Yo, hundreds of miles. Here we go.
Oh, hundreds
Of
of
miles.
miles.
There it is.
We just
Yeah.
need something near and in the forest and like maybe like one or two life signatures that are like, oh yeah, I'm human.
Would you guys like to know the? Oh yeah, that's the 440s, hundreds of miles. It goes from a half mile to hundreds of miles.
Yep. Oh, that means. Oh shit, that means. Fucking. You have erudition, right? Oh,
I
you
do not.
not.
I could.
Okay.
I could just pick it up. I have
Once
the
you get it,
martial knowledge for
you and Arthur are just pure like, hey, I know where you are. Hey, I sense you.
Well, maybe. It's not planet-wide.
That's pretty far.
I mean, you act like Gaia is bigger than this just one continent.
I mean, the one continent is more than hundreds of miles in size. Maybe thousands of miles.
True. Was that around like 500 key detection?
I don't know. No, you need a perception score of 20. There you go.
Oof.
Okay. So you focus and you detect a lot of things. Unfortunately, with your lack of erudition, I mean, if it's like a medium-sized creature to even like a large-sized creature, they all generally feel the same-ish. You just don't have the ability to really, like, you detect a variety, but you can't say for sure what is or is not human.
I could pick up Erudition if I wanted to.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and start flying if you need. You have your earring, right, Sebastian?
I do.
Alright, I got the other one. And help clamber
Well,
up onto the railings.
Before you do so, Fenrith, I should say, it's a thick tree line. You'll be unlikely to see anything from the sky.
Yeah, I guess it depends if they're not like set up in like a clearing or anything.
You just need to roll a high enough survival to track your footprints, that's all.
Or look for smoke.
From like 20 years
Making
ago.
breakfast. Alright, then he'll wait for direction. Perched on the railing.
So, distance-wise, how high up are we from the treetops?
You're like a mile up. A significant distance.
I don't think I have any. Yeah, I don't have a lot of powers that can help here. I can fucking carry us though, so like, at least I know flying doesn't seem like it's gonna be like helpful.
Yeah, my key detection is only 150 feet, so I could take erudition, but I don't think I have the distance for it to really help.
Yeah.
I have survival and tracking, and then I have my sight bonus from the owl, but that's all I got. I can sort of seek out life signatures, but it's not for very far.
Yeah. I have survival, but it's not going to be like crazy helpful unless I'm like, somewhere familiar.
Alright, I'll pick up the Erudition.
I'll let you know, erudition might not necessarily help. The most it can do is detect the general strength of the individual. And it's rather hard to say, like, is that a man or a bear? I don't know. It's relatively strong.
Not that we have a problem with bears after we killed like 27 of them. We were playing RuneScape for a little bit there.
Could just try to look for him.
That's all we can do.
Plus, this castle has a bunch of cameras. You could probably like ask the computer, "Hey, look for cabin."
Its screens are connected to cameras in the peak.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sebastian.
Though the temple itself does have some sensory stuff.
Then at least just Olin, do you think you can help with this search at all?
It depends. We could fly down lower and I could use some of the thermal detection. Might take some time though.
Well, between us looking and the castle looking. Better than just one or the other.
We'll be looking.
There's a chance Sebastian might remember if he sets ground in the forest.
I can try.
Then I guess if you find anything, talk to one of us.
Yes, I'll let you know.
Then Sebastian will ready himself to like jump down. He's gonna like also grab Finn. No, Alexi and Anastasia because they can't fly. To
Fair.
carry everyone down.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to be transformed, Finwith. I know you mentioned you were owl shaped, but
He's already got the wings.
Okay.
That's why
Right.
he has the other earring, so he can split off and search
Yeah.
farther.
Just roll me 2 potentials. Make sure you don't botch.
Brain melts out your ears.
is a 5 a botch?
If you have bad luck.
I don't.
No.
No, it's close, but no.
I got a 5 and a 9.
It was threatening you, holding you at knife point.
So
Do you have enough to pick them up?
let's see. So I have 120 plus 20 more.
So 145 and a 149 is the difficulty season?
Yes. So yeah, I got 180 each. That's
And how much is that?
Oh yeah, the psychic.
that's 1,000 points, and then I also have because I have the increased whatever for the when it's my innate. So
Yeah, you keep
yeah,
it at the higher
it
level.
sticks at 180. It sticks at 180.
Okay. Alrighty. So yeah.
Both have a flight value of 8.
And you could
But
just
with
carry it. It
knees.
carries 1,000 pounds, is what you said.
Yep.
Have you ever considered just floating a bunch of boulders with you and launching those at people?
This is organic psychokinesis, not.
Oh. Fair.
I don't have major psychokinesis yet because I have to make a 2.
Have you considered carrying Kongsbjorns and
That'd be
flopping?
fun. Bear catapults.
Just throws Finwith bear-shaped at people. They're like, it's fine, he can't reach us in time. Thwom. Alternatively, imagine owl Kongsbjorn bear Finwith. He can
I
have
will
both of
tell
his powers
you-
up.
Your Kongsbjorn form and a Kongsbjorn weigh more than 1,000 pounds.
He is a 20-foot tall
Yeah,
wall
they
of
are-
meat muscle.
They are about, I would probably say like 5 tons, between 5 and 10 tons.
We never miss bear day. Anyway, I fly off with a flight value of 12.
Okay.
Then the rest of us just kind of float down, keeping like scanning the tree line to see if like there's anything, but mainly just getting to the ground.
Okay.
Alexi's kind of just having like a. Oh god, what's that experience called?
Like you're in free fall, or
No. It's where you kind of like circle around in the air.
it's just 0G.
Yeah, I can't think of it though.
Yeah.
And if it helps,
Weightlessness?
Finwith will kind of like dive below the canopy and kind of like curve through the trees every now and then.
You pass like a bear that's like, what the hell was that?
I could one-shot that thing. It better not even fucking look my way. I've got a bear skull on my shoulder. Fuck with me.
Okay. Well, at this point, once everyone kind of gets to the ground and everything and scouting around, I will need your choice of search, tracking, or survival. Or memorize in Sebastian's case.
I'm gonna use survival because it's better.
That's fair.
Roll wasn't better though.
And that was search and survival were the other ones.
Search, tracking, survival.
Yep, I have none of those.
I'll do search.
I did tracking. I don't have a ton of tracking, but it's better than the others. Normally, it's not difficult to, track a stuck deer through the snow.
Okay. You all take
do I
your
get
time.
a bonus for the eyes?
I don't know. Does your form give you that bonus?
Yeah, I have a plus 30 if it's sight based.
Then
Like
yes,
perception
tracking is
based.
sight based, which would make you 131. Okay. Y'all spend a good portion of the day searching about, and unfortunately, without knowing where in the hundreds of miles of forest you're supposed to be looking, and the sheer, like, even on a good day, you could maybe cover, like, accurately 5 square miles. You just don't find anything. And the temple, kind of low flying overhead. Not that it's too conspicuous, so it looks just like a cloud. You don't hear anything from Olin. It's a
And
big
it's just
forest.
casually freaking out.
It's a big forest, and unfortunately, even the temple has to slow down if it wants to accurately use its sensors.
The things we do for Sebastian.
But at least at the end of this day, you do not find him.
You all didn't get to hear it, but Acer just made the nastiest, noise ever. Like, he sounded like a cartoon slurp.
I got a fucking cat sitting in my dice tray. Like, she's full sat in it. Rolling will be impossible.
Well, now what? You guys spent a whole day searching with, I mean, you see that there's general prey around, a variety of elk, deer, possibly wolf tracks.
I'll tell you what, I make up for the calorie loss from flying around all day. Don't even need to actually hunt for it. Fucking cafeteria.
Nah sits back. I could see if I could influence an animal to help us look, but can't make any guarantees.
That's about where we're at with all of us.
Just don't do the centipede one. Like, even with full body cringes for a moment.
The centipede one.
Sounded horrible. It's like somebody took nails and raked them down my bones. Ugh.
I'm still impressed that you could hear that.
Yeah, when you were yelling.
I can try it tomorrow.
If you think it could help.
We can keep trying for a bit. We have time. I mean, imagine how much time it would take if we were doing stuff on foot.
A lot more.
Well, I mean, you're equivalently doing everything on foot.
Well, I
You're
meant like all the
searching
rest of
for
our
tracks.
travel. Like
Yeah.
if we had walked all the way from doing that to the peak of the world, it would take so much longer than this small delay.
It's true. But, alright. So, y'all get bamped up to the tower. Rest another day. This is not restful sleep for those who are healing.
Woo! Broke 200. Yay.
111.
And y'all get up early the next day.
Do it again.
Resume the search. So go ahead. Make your choice of rolls.
How would that work for Anas if he's trying to influence the animals?
It changes to persuasion.
How much of a face are you?
Well, you kept wanting him to put it in persuasion, so he's got a 90.
It's not bad.
Sebastian in these searches has been very distracted. He's searching, but using like almost just muscle memory in his survival and tracking and all that. He's thinking of other things.
As in, you're just not rolling well.
That's how I'm flavoring. That's how I'm flavoring the 121 and 123.
Caught between looking for like logically looking for like tracks and stuff, but also distracted like waiting for like when am I gonna remember something? Surely something will jog my memory.
Alright. Searching a bit more on this next day as well. It's kind of more or less the same.
A lot of ground to cover.
There's just there's a lot of ground to cover. I'm trying to think of like how it kind of all turns out. Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, this is supposed to be like a lumber cabin, so like, even though it could be that the guy's, dead and gone and the cabin's been abandoned, Finwith, in hopes that he's not, because that would be a much better thing to find for Sebastian, does actually stick mostly above the trees to get more time, because if somebody's living out here, they have to cut down wood, and it takes a long time for trees to grow back. They have to provide for themselves, and it gets fucking cold up here. So, there's no option to not have a fire going on the regular.
Yes. Granted, you're still looking through hundreds of miles of trees.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, he has to do something for his sanity. It's faster to do it from above for him.
It really isn't. Mostly because a lot of for those who do like a lot of wood cutting, if you're doing it in a very, like ecological friendly way, you're only clearing trees that are like too close to other trees, or like he's not like a logging company just plowing through the forest.
Listen, this is all we've got. Like,
I know.
Nothing we do is gonna be efficient here, all right?
You find it's hard to describe. You find what could be the signs of someone kind of coming through. A lot of brush kind of broke into the side and clear paths being made. but due to the nature of like the weather and everything here, it's already like covered in moss and lichen and everything like that, and there's no strong indication as to a direction it came from. You do find traces of someone coming through here, but they're rather old. Oh, that's another day down. Y'all rest another night. Not restful. Struggling with was Anastasia kind of got the same results, but Anastasia can't talk to the creatures that he controls. So, how does one represent, yeah, a human was going through here in bat or wolf noises?
Wolf shrug.
Yeah.
Wolf charades. Just like wolf stands up on hind paws, like 2 words. Sounds like.
Disappointment. Anyway, so another day goes by. Y'all start searching again, so go ahead and make some rolls.
As they do, Anas kind of pulls Sebastian aside, like, how many more days would you like to look for him?
Until I find him, but I know that could be unfeasible.
He nods. And then just proceeds on his way into the... splitting off, but not too far from everyone else.
Woof.
It's a give and take with the dice gods counting.
That's
I
better.
can tell.
That's way better.
That's a lot better. I always forget that Sebastian's actually like a high survival character.
Yeah, I mean, he was alone. He was gonna fucking die if he didn't.
It's true.
Learned how to do it himself, and the person, hopefully we're meeting, taught him everything he knows. Yeah, he was alone in Goldar for a fucking long time. Like
Alexi and Finwith can get away with not having like crazy survival and tracking and stuff like that. Because I mean, Alexi was in a more like solid group, and Finwith didn't need it. He had the whole clan, at least his section of them, his band.
Anyway, after Finwith kind of pointed out the broken kind of branches in the open path, thinking about it, you have a dream the night before, Sebastian, of the many times you were taken out hunting and you walked many paths, and though you're not 100% sure if it felt familiar, you kind of continued along the same path. And as you did so, you start just noticing small things, and you get momentary like memories. You kind of daydream a bit as you're traveling, just remembering vaguely. Dun, 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 dun. You know, I don't know why I didn't look this up. Literally knowing this is what we were going to be doing today. Where'd that go?
what are you looking for?
The name you gave me.
Abraham
Abraham
Finch.
Finch. Alright. You remember, Abraham pointing out like a variety of things. And you're kind of filled with a deep sense of nostalgia. And as you're going through and kind of taking this path that sometimes disappears and is no longer like a very visible, well-treaded path. Like, you hop across some stones on a small creek, take a path up, you hook around, and you see something that fills you with a very deep sense of nostalgia, as there is a small tree, not very big around. You could probably wrap your arms around it, that has a notch taken out of it and like a colored scarf, very wet and mildewy, but still like a visible blue scarf, is kind of hooked on it as like a visual cue. And you know that this is the path home. You're a couple days walking from the cabin, though.
But he knows which direction to go.
You have a very strong sense that if you continued along this path, you would get there. You're not quite confident that if you were to like go back up to the temple and then just zoom, you could make it. But if you were to stay on this path and, you know, go the way you did before, kind of going by the muscle memory that you were working on before, you could probably make it there.
There is like an immediate just I found the way. Like to Finwith. I found it.
Where are you compared to where the castle or the temple? Just a rough heading so he can.
He does
That
his
way.
best to provide like the location.
Well,
He
it would have
knows-
been further down the trail that Finwith had found, yeah. So
Yeah.
he'll angle that way until he eventually gets closer. Probably takes a while, but eventually finds you, especially if you just like float above the trees for a bit.
Yeah, he was gonna fucking like float up something up there, like so you can see something.
Well, like I said, this is the hard part. He's going by muscle memory. It's like when you know how to get somewhere, but you couldn't tell someone like the actual directions.
Oh no, he was.
You
he
have
was,
to like
yeah.
physically live it out.
Yeah, he's going to like basically float something above the tree line so Finwith can see it and like.
Yeah, no, Finn was just trying to get back to them because he has them floating with him.
Yeah, he's just gonna get Finwith, like get everyone back.
Or I guess walking with them, because otherwise he would have to go pick them up and find out where the fuck they are every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's just like levitating on a saucy.
No. Or just he's still doing it, so he's just like, "You're my beacon," and sends one of them up there.
Yoink. The sun will
To be
Oh,
fair-
I see this is doing anything.
Oh yeah, it just does it to Anastasia, so like the sun bounces off the armor. Oh, massive.
That's not what I was thinking.
Glint your shield.
What
Or
I
your
was
sword.
thinking is that you lifted Anastasia into the sunlight, and all of a sudden the beacons are lit as he catches fire.
Ridiculous. Not that kind of vampire.
No, not doing that.
No, he does take
No,
burning.
I
from
know
the
he
sun.
does. I know.
That is very that kind of vampire.
Yeah. I meant to say like not this vampire, as in like he's in armor head to toe. You could
I
take
mean,
the armor
that's
off of
fair.
him though, and like
Actually,
What
he's
is
been
it?
walking around without his helmet more, especially in a shaded forest. He would just need some warning from Sebastian, or are you just lifting him up
He's
without
not doing
warning?
that. No.
fast. It'll be
He
fun.
what he does is he at least it's something he adds as many like electromagnetic intensities to his sword, floats it up in the sky, and just has it kind of moving. So there's just kind of a beacon like spinning above them.
But yes, Finwith eventually finds them, narrows down towards the trees. Okay, so just, well, you go and I'll circle above, and if we need to take breaks and sleep, we can do that.
It's going to be a few days travel.
Okay. I guess I can let Olin know I can fly up if you want to make a fire. That way we would find you.
Okay.
And Pinwith will go and tell him that they won't be able to just go a certain direction, but that he's found the trail. And then they'll have to follow it on foot for a bit.
He nods. You can see that the kind of topographical map that he had generated before is now like much more zoomed in, and you can see small vague shapes in a reddish tone, as it seems like the temple anyway has like maybe like a half mile to a mile radius of thermal directly beneath it. So at
I
the
was going
very
to make
least,
a comment about being like, oh, that's how snakes see, except I don't have a snake shape because there's not a lot of those in Goldar.
yeah, there's not a
They
lot
would
of
freeze
those.
to death. Or
The
freeze
most
to
you
an
get
eternal
is
sleep.
dragons, and they don't see that way either.
Nope. But yeah, he'll inform him from the cafeteria, get some food for everybody, and then hop off the edge and join them at the camp.
Okay.
Hope it like the old days.
Yeah, it's kind of a nostalgia trip in a sense, as it's just normal on foot trekking through
Yeah.
the deep
Been with
woods.
flying as an owl over top the snowy, expansive trees of Goldar. The foot of
It's
mountain.
a bit. This is more south, so it's not quite snowy, but it's very wet around here. It rains somewhat frequently.
And
Disgusting.
Sebastian is actually taking this trip on foot. He remembers walking this trail. He's going to walk it again.
Oh my god, your legs are gonna be so sore.
Yes, there.
You're gonna like land and.
They just give out from under you, shatter in a billion pieces.
But Alexei will turn to Sebastian and go, Sebastian, are you doing alright? You seem a lot more timid than you usually are.
I'm troubled. What I'm doing here. There's a lot of conflicting emotions.
What is conflicting about it?
Nostalgia for being in a place that you've been a long time ago. Guilt. Memories that I now realize were happy. I have no good memories of this place because I didn't view anything as positive.
Kinda like strokes his beard a bit.
I'm reading the description of this forest, and it says the mile-long green strip of forest, and I'm like, a mile long, you say? I look at the map.
It's not
I
a
look
mile
at the
long.
scale. The forest is at minimum like 700 miles.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty long forest. Even at its thinnest point, it's like 150 miles across.
Well. I can't say I've ever felt necessarily that conflict of emotion, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
There's many ways this could go. I could be greeted with open arms, greeted with intense hostility, or by a corpse. I don't like either.
What would... Oh, right, the touching.
Not just the touching. I'm unsure if I've told you this story. I believe I've just told Finwith. And he looks over at like Anastasia, like basically giving just permission to like listen, so it doesn't feel like you're eavesdropping.
He nods, just leans up against something.
I lived with this man, Abraham Finch, for a few years after I escaped. He taught me most of what I know about surviving in the wilderness. And then I wished to go on my own way because I had a lust for power. I wanted to become stronger so I could go back to the laboratory and destroy it. But essentially, to him, I was a 16-year-old that was going to leave and walk into just Goldar proper. When he tried to stop me, I panicked and accidentally, psychically threw a rock at his head. He was on the ground when I left and I ran. I don't know what happened. If he greets me welcomingly, it's troubling. Troubling that after the horrible thing I did, I could just be welcomed back.
Well, I guess it would depend on how much he cared for you or not, I suppose. I am less familiar with that dynamic for those to the south, but
He is the only person at that time to have treated me with any sort of kindness. This I only fully understand now. I grew up just being a number, being a prisoner. So, I have no knowledge of how these sort of relationships work or should be.
And how long ago was this?
About 5 years ago.
Well, don't worry, in a few days you'll have your answer. Whether it is the one that you want, well, it sounds like you don't really like any of the possible answers, so. But you're going to get one.
That's what's worrying.
And stretches a little. What outcome do you want?
The outcome I want is to get in the temple and go to the peak of the world. The outcome I need is one of the three.
He nods, tilts his head a little bit forward, like, with this person. You're seeking them out for a reason. What's the outcome you want? Not the most logical, as he holds up a hand. What do you personally want to happen?
I want to apologize. And I want to
Sorry,
apologize.
I've got home back.
And I want to apologize for justifying, as what I did was justified.
He nods. Well, either way, we'll be there to back you up.
It's appreciated.
So, you travel on foot. It's not anything any of you are necessarily unaccustomed to. Just been the first time in a while.
Casually slows down walking pace.
Don't outpace everybody.
Sees a winded Sebastian. Oh, fuck. Ugh.
How do you people do this?
Yeah, Finwith actually is like, occasionally gets like antsy enough of like the weird atmosphere that's like all tense because of Sebastian's like trying to find this thing. Occasionally, like, will flutter off to circle above, or he'll like kind of like drift off trail, distracted by something.
Come back from one of his excursions and asks to go to ask, find anything?
Yeah, I found a blue feather.
It's an interesting color.
Right. You want it?
Eh, fits you more than it does me.
Spends a while figuring out where to fix it in a blue feather and all of the rest of his smattering of stuff.
The next day it rains, and while you're covered by the tree line for the most part, it's still a wet endeavor.
Oh yeah? What if I used
As you go to
something
use
dumb?
something, the wings just like over top.
I was gonna use repulsion. Give us a little like pocket of no rain.
If you can keep it up. And that's what you fucking did in the tournament. Guys were just
Yep. Yeah, just
I think repulsion only covers yourself, though.
it covers like it depends how much I like do, you know? Cuz I can make a 5-foot thing, but that's not that much.
That's your square.
Yeah.
Is that maintainable?
Yes.
Yeah, because he did it in the tournament.
But if I'm like bumping it up, it is the minimum I can like maintain. So it's a 5-foot.
So yeah, you're you can make yourself less wet anyway, but it's okay because no one else seems to care. So
Yeah. He is gonna do that, like make himself a little psychic umbrella.
Finwith just has wings if anybody needs an umbrella.
it's not even like an
Very
umbrella
short.
because once the rain hits, it just goes out away from the barrier. So really, it's just getting everyone else kind of wetter around him.
Oh, here. There's like one wing up like a shield on Sebastian's side. Just can't see him like a blinder. Other one's out to be over the others.
Anos may wander in and out of it just because he's antsy. He's walking a lot slower than normal, so he may come back in looking a bit more soaked every now and then.
Finwith wouldn't do it the whole time anyway, because then his wings would get really tired. But like, whenever there's like a break in the trees enough, we're just narrating to speed the time up.
Yeah. About the third day of travel, somewhat early-ish, probably like 8 o'clock in the morning. It's still somewhat dim, but through the pale light that kind of goes through the tree line, you can see an old familiar cabin with smoke. Very, very light smoke just wafting from the chimney.
He sees the smoke and immediately has like the instinct to like grab and shake, but he can't do that to Sebastian. And luckily, Anas is like over there, like anxious pacing, so he doesn't get shook for once.
And let's take a quick 10-minute break.
I have to go to the bathroom, but damn it.
Well, we're about 2 hours 40 minutes in, so I'll give us a little 10-minute break here. Be back by about 7:02 or 10:02, depending on your time zone. If you're watching this and you haven't done so already, please follow to see more amazing content like this. We have Anima Beyond Fantasy, probably one of the only English streams of this game. I could probably comfortably say every Monday from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Also, you can check out this episode or this entire series over out at the Bad Luck Gamer channel. I think I'll be having a VOD channel, and I'll be moving the VODs to that channel at some point. But in the meantime, you can find it there to try to get caught up. There are some episodes missing because we did lose some in the kind of the beginning, just not having a very consistent upload schedule, and Twitch kind of deleting a bunch of videos without warning. But yeah, and beyond that, if you're interested in possibly gaming with us in the future, go ahead down to the Discord down below and join the official Bad Luck Gamer Discord. I always recruit there first for any of my games. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. All right, we're back. Had to take a couple bathroom breaks there, but it's all good. So, so sorry for the wait. So where we left off, you see a nice wooden cottage. Smoke lightly coming out of the chimney. And it's really early in the morning, somewhat misty. What do you
Sebastian's
do?
just like standing, kind of like on the trail still, like not approach the cabin, just like breathing.
Lexi kind of leans in. Do you need us to carry you there?
I'll be fine.
Are you sure you did a lot of walking?
He just immediately reaches over and like lightly shoves Anastasia. Stop.
He said it out of concern. Sebastian doesn't walk this much normally.
Come on, he's fine. Don't give him excuses. We'll be out here if you need us. Maybe not me, because the wings like flutter. But if you do, have the earring.
He just nods and approaches the cabin.
Remember, it's for both you, not just him. Shrinks away from the line.
He approaches the cabin, kind of extends his hand out a little bit and hesitating. Takes a deep breath and knocks a few times. Just due to how he is, they're light. And also just hesitation, but there's some light knocks on the door.
After a couple of moments, the door opens up, and before you there is a woman. She's tall, curly brown hair, pale skin. She looks to be probably middle-aged or so. And she looks at you and she's like, "I'm sorry, who are you? Is there something we can help you with?"
Is Abraham here?
She looks at you kind of confused for a moment. And you hear a sudden loud shifting inside the house. Sound of like a chair scratching the wood floor and some
He's
silverware.
like taking like a little like step back or two, like
You hear the sound of silverware clinking on a table, and from around this woman comes a familiar, though slightly more weathered, vision of Abraham, who sees you, and there's just a moment of just shock on his face as he's looking at you. And then he says, "My boy," as he like reaches out and he stops halfway through, his hands kind of like half close. You're right. Oh, bless you too. He looks like he's on the verge of tears.
Sebastian just looks like a deer in headlights.
His voice catches in his throat a minute as he's trying to hold back the waterworks, and he's just like, I thought I lost you. I looked for days and days and you were nowhere to be found." I taught you too well, I did. In your tracks like that. My, you've grown. Still scrawny as a beanpole, I have to say, but you look a bit more rugged, more like a man.
There, as he's talking, every once in a while he tries to like open his mouth to say something, but just being piled on more and more as his composure is just broken away. Like more and more and more as his eyes start to just kind of tear up. I'm sorry.
You stupid boy. I couldn't be mad at you even if I tried. No, I would like to say welcome home, but I know that's probably not why you're here.
I came to apologize. If you were still here.
How could I be anywhere else?
I was worried I killed you.
I always knew you were full of yourself. You feel like you could do something like that to a big old guy like me? I don't know where you got that sense of pride, boy, but you'll ever be a beanpole to me.
The great equalizer. Goldarian pride.
I guess you're right.
Oh, and I see you've got some friends. Odd lot.
We're a ways back.
Oh yeah, they're far enough back that like
Yeah, like Finmouth would have purposely like, no, we gotta get back here. This is about them. Also, I don't want people
Well,
to
are
see
you
the
all
eyes
hiding
of the
or
wings
not
and the
hiding?
claws and they'll freak out.
I mean, Alexi's not hiding.
Vanas is in the shadows, but he's pale enough that he stands out even if he's in the shadows.
Okay, admittedly, Finwith is a bit of a like red and beige blob, especially with the giant fucking wings. They're tucked to his back, but they can tell there's people over there probably.
Yeah.
We're not subtle.
From this distance, you look like an odd lot.
my friends helped me find you.
But, come in. Knock yourself at home. And you're all free to come too. He shouts to y'all.
How big does this cabin look?
It's enough for a small family.
We can wait out here if you want, or
It's fine.
if you feel better. Okay. It's fine, doesn't tell me which one.
You can come in.
Do you want us to? Or do you like
Yes.
want to? Oh, okay. It's give me just a second.
They've destroyed all my safeguards. I need as many as possible.
I need a security blanket, but don't touch me.
I need assistance.
Alright, he needs like emotional support, and Finwith like reaches back, again, tears off the wings and pries off
Alright,
the
we'll be right over in just a moment. Cleaning something up.
It's such a you don't have to give details.
He's getting in and kind of messing around, getting some more plates out and everything like that. The woman kind of goes in and into like a back room. You go in. It's cozier than you remember. Where before it was kind of just like a standard log cabin. Very utilitarian. Not a lot of, homemaking done. Now there's, a variety of, like, small wooden dolls and, like, a painted chest and some other kind of knickknacks here and there, and it's been homed up a bit. And as you all kind of manage to come in, it's built for a bigger man, as Abraham is a standard Goldarian as well. Big, broad. He's got dark hair, very
Well, the question
hairy
is-
arms.
Is it built for 3 big Goldarian men, 2 regular-sized? Well, actually, you know what? A Goldarian woman, a regular-sized man, and a suit of armor. Or are we a little elbow space short?
It's cramped, but not like elbow to elbow.
Yeah.
And they're setting up some extra plates. It looks like they have some sliced ham and, oh god, what's it called? It's kind of like, it's when you take potatoes and you kind of cook them into like a patty. You kind of like half crush them and cook them into like a patty, and you cook them and you butter them and god, it's a very particular kind of dish.
Yeah, it's like hash browns but a patty. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I just don't.
Yeah.
know the term.
But it's a very hearty breakfast.
Sebastian's like very still, like the whole time, like somewhat like making himself a little small, but he is just way out of his element right now.
It was just awkwardly as they, entered and like settled out of the way, just in Goldarian. Thank you for the hospitality.
He returns and he just seems preoccupied with setting the table. And just like, you're welcome, and sets everything down. And he just looks at you, Sebastian. He's just like, ugh. I'm getting too old for surprises like this, boy.
I'll try to send a word next time.
You don't need to do that. And your family. Speaking of which, Martha! She comes out from a back room with a small bundle in her arms. And he's like, turns out you're an older brother now.
Ideal older brother.
Not what you were expecting, I'm sure.
No.
On the bright side, Sebastian will never drop that baby with being able to carry 1,000 pounds in organic material.
And Marta comes out and she's holding, a small baby. It doesn't look that old. Got a very floofy tuft of dark brown hair.
What's their name?
Well, you see, I wasn't quite sure what had happened to you, boy, and
This is the greatest thing that's never happened to me.
Oh my god.
I don't know. When he was born, I was feeling very sentimental. You can just call him Junior.
He's trying to contain himself. He is radiating an aura of delight, though. So powerful you can feel it through your back, like sinking into your shoulders, to your back, to your neck, spreading.
I have to admit, when you left and never returned, it's been years now, I thought something happened to you. I mean, you were just a young boy at the time, barely into manhood, still thin as a pole.
I had business I had to take care of. And it's been dealt with.
Well, I'm glad. It's good to see you, boy.
It's good to see you too.
You know, that's how me and Marta met, actually. I went from town to town seeing if anyone had heard of you, and she, bless her soul, offered to help me look, and we spent a lot of time together looking for you.
I didn't give many people my name. I still wasn't used to it.
Yeah, well. I'm just glad you're okay. And Martha just looks at you and she smiles and she's like, I've heard a lot about you.
I don't know how much you've heard. If memory serves, it was uneventful.
Well, your father did mention that you were a quiet one who spoke very strangely. And also you were, well, he would say, so stuck in your head.
Most of that is still true.
But he never did stop talking about how proud he was of you, that a beanpole like you from the Southern Lands could learn how to hunt like as well as you did.
He does it hunting that elder stag. Benwith helpfully chips in.
Oh, an elder stag! You're getting up and...
You know what's actually even better? He is wearing an Arctic Chimera cloak right now.
He has not noticed.
He's been so focused on your face.
That's fair.
But Finwith does, and then there's a couple bears, and then he leans forward and like taps like over his shoulder but doesn't actually touch. He's like, and then the matriarch. That was all.
And he looks and like his face just like, his jaw like drops. And he's just like, it is that a Arctic Chimera's pelts?
He removes it and like kind of hands it over so we can look at it.
He holds his hands up and he's holding this like it's literal gold.
Oh, this is the shit that like chiefs go and kill to like prove themselves. Like this is a big fucking deal.
It's
He looks like he's about to explode with parental excitement.
And in Goldarian, so he has like the full force of adjectives he can use. I wish you could have seen it. It was amazing. We all went with a group of what are they called? Uzering hunters into near the peaks to a breeding ground for Arctic Chimera and fought a matriarch on their own home turf. Ice pillars as tall as this guy.
I mean, you're just talking to him and you just see light shine in his eyes as he is very proud.
You raised a good boy.
Of course I did, he says. He turns to Lexon. He's just got the biggest smile on his face, and he would hug you if he could.
Finwood looks stupid amounts of satisfied.
Sebastian is both like, there is like a slight smile, like crook of his mouth and a smile, like his eyes are a little brighter, still a little red from like basically crying, but he is also just he doesn't get showered with lots of praise, like ever, so he does not know what to do. We've killed a lot of terrifying things.
Put some Southerners in their place in a fighting tournament too. Didn't win, but you got pretty far.
I just can't believe it. Can't believe that stubborn ass of a boy who decided to run away from home went off and did all this, and I would say you were all lying, but this, he holds the pill in his hands like, it has to be true. And he lightly, hands it over.
Takes it back and like puts it back on.
And he looks down, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, dear, I haven't even started yet, as he goes, and he just starts eating, and like, he's a big dude, and he eats like a big dude does. There's like whole slabs of pork in his mouth.
My man.
Would it make you feel better if I told you what we've done?
Excuse me, sorry. Of course! Tell me your story, boy! I need to know of everything that's happened to you since you left.
He begins to talk. It is dry as fuck. Of course, with Finwith there to like add.
Finn absolutely pitching in like Goldar and like in between like mouthfuls, like around them half the time, is adding some more flavorful context to the fight, as is expected of a Goldarian telling a fucking story.
Imagine winning like a high-class gaming tournament. Like imagine winning like a StarCraft tournament and winning like $1 million. Now imagine telling that to your parents. And that's exactly what they look like. Like, he's just sitting there, he's excited, he doesn't know what's going on half the time. He can't comprehend the scope of what you've done. And poor Marta, this is all just going over her head. Her eyes are there, she's at attention, but she cannot even come close to comprehending like everything that
Finwith
you're
tries
talking
to
about.
like legends, like make them sound more like legends and tales do, to make them a bit easier to digest, but there's still a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot where he mentions we killed the Kongsbjorn, fought an Arctic Chimera, went through an ancient prison full of demons. He leaves out the fact Anastasia is a vampire. He's not gonna he says we aided my friend Anastasia with family matters. He keeps it a bit more vague because he doesn't know how much you want to drop. Hello, I'm Vital.
It's okay. He's already standing out at the table because while everyone else is shoveling food in, he's slowly chipping away at the food he's got because it's a struggle flavor-wise. I bet he doesn't want to insult Marta either.
Sebastian's doing something similar, but for different reasons. And then eventually kind of getting to and I went back to the place I grew up in and destroyed its entrance and remnants it had inside.
He gets a lot more serious than this, and he was like, do you feel not better now?
I thought I'd feel thought I'd become normal.
I told you so many times, you are normal, boy. You can't fix the things that happened in your past. You just have to live now into the future.
I'm learning that more and more. I gave someone a hug a week ago.
He looks genuinely shocked. And he just looks like he's about ready to cry again because he's just like, I'm so happy for you. I'm glad to see that you're doing better, boy. I really wish I could have been there to help you through all of that. It sounds hard. But I'm so happy that you're alright.
I'm sorry you weren't there.
I would have, you know. You would have told me, I would have been there with you. Fighting, you know, the Kongsbjorn or the Arctic Chimera. I don't know how much these old bones would have helped you, but I would have been there for you.
Sebastian's just kind of like poking at his food, head down, but perceptive people can see just a few tears kind of falling onto his plate.
There's like Alexi's like eating, and he notices this, and there's like a slight curl to his mouth, but he doesn't say anything. He just keeps on eating.
The party trophy case is just preening. He's not in the owl form anymore, but he doesn't need to be. He's just radiating happiness.
Nas is just leaning back in his chair with a knowing smile on his face, having been through a similar situation recently.
I can promise that I can visit.
Oh, you got to. I'm getting old now, and by the time Junior here is gonna be old enough, someone's gotta show him the ropes.
I don't know what I could teach them.
Bah! What do you mean you don't know what you could teach them? Look at everything you've done. You've hunted an Arctic Chimera.
I have supernatural abilities that let me do that.
So, there's the things I taught you, and I know you didn't forget those.
No, I don't know how well I could teach someone to become a psychic. I don't know if I should.
You don't have to teach Junior to be a psychic or anything like that. Just, you know, how to hunt and fight and, you know, just how to be a good person.
I don't know if I can do that one.
Well, I didn't know I could be a father either, and here we are.
I guess I could teach him how to plan and strategize. I'm good at that.
Sure. That over his head. Strategize, what's that?
Me teaching cut forward like years down the line. There's a 6-year-old. There's like battle maps. Like, this is how you plan. Where do you move your cavalry?
This is how you cripple your enemies.
Like they move up your figures like they're wiped out by the pikemen.
Destroy the
Failed.
supply chains.
Back in my day, you would have gotten your meals completely cut after that decision.
You could teach him something. Looks at plus 200 to tactics.
I mean, that does make you a mentor, technically speaking.
All that's being said, Junior still got some years on him before he can go hunting with his brother, so, you know, take some time. I'm feeling like you're just now, you know, getting past your past.
It's been a lot of work.
I can tell. But just know you always have a home here.
I appreciate that.
Well, what do you plan to do next?
We're going to the peak, from what it sounds like.
Of what? Miranim?
1 second, let me look at the map. 2.
That's the one right near the peak of the world.
Yeah.
We're at the foothills of that one. That's where Finland's from.
Yeah, he mentions like that general area.
Yeah,
Again,
you're
doesn't
going to
give
the
like
peak of the world.
yeah, the peak of the world. Yeah.
Okay. He gets a worried look on his face, and he's just like, just make sure you come back.
I will. Might be some time, but less time than when I last saw you.
Yeah, well, I like that. We'd like that. He motions to his family. I've missed you all these years, boy.
I missed you too. Sorry that it took me until now to realize that I've missed you.
He looks like he's about ready to cry again. He just goes, you know, sniffs up, wipes it on his arm, and is just like, all right. Whew, that's enough that for this old man this evening. Well, it's not like there's much to do around here, but we could always go and get some ice cream. Town's not too far from here.
He kind of like looks to the others.
Oh, I did have one question though. Since he's, adopted son and all, what clan is he adopted into then now?
Oh, well. We are not really of the big clans of, everyone northward. A lot of us are just individual families.
It just nuts. I know there's lots of smaller ones too, so.
Yeah, well. I mean, I'll give you, it's been, something they claim, but they do say that the legendary hero Holst grew up in these woods before traveling on to the rest of Goldar.
It's like, oh, I asked so I could poke fun at him, but I can't make fun of him if there's some chance there's a bit of Holst blood somewhere, adopted or not.
Well, Martha here comes from the Holstensons, granted. I was a family born after the king came around, so take that as you will. I don't pretend to claim any connection to that line, but some of the clans here do.
child just begins radiating power.
Fucking Holst again. What did I say? It is another Alex.
It's if you look in the description for the Four-Eyed Forest, this is where Holst grew up.
Oh God, of course.
I told you, everywhere you look, there's a Giovanni, there's Holst, or there's just Zorn himself.
You've tied another fucking thread to Holst with one of my anime characters.
Shame about the death thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, if Finwith in Latin just use, you escaped my ribbing this time. Huffs. Does not give context.
Sebastian does not understand what you mean.
Oh, right, joking. Poking fun at.
Anastas looks at Sebastian like, if you want to go, go. This is your call.
I think I would.
You know the way back.
Oh, alright. I guess I'll get my snow boots on. Is there anything you want from town, Marta? She goes over a small list of things you'd like for the baby or for the house, and gets his thick. He's got a thick, like, rawhide jacket. Like it's very just. It's just a rawhide jacket with like fur lines, and it just makes him look like a giant. He looks like a bear, just brown tan all over him, like leather straps are tied around buttons and fur at the ends, and it's not a very nice looking jacket, but
I mean,
it strikes.
Can't say too much.
It strikes a strong sense of nostalgia in Sebastian, as this was his going out jacket. And he looks over his shoulder and looks at him. He's like, "Come on, boy, I'm going for a hike."
Okay.
Something he said to you many times in the past.
Yep. The slight smile kind of increases a little bit, but it doesn't get put into check. Smile stays.
And yeah.
So they go off on their way, though. Finwith will ask Marta. Do you guys need any oil or anything?
Not particularly. We got a few months worth.
Alright, then he kind of like rifles for a bit and pulls out a knotted cord that has a number of rings on it. It's only fair for the hospitality back.
No. We can't
Like,
take
he lifts up a hand, he's like, for... He just kind of like grins and is like, Sebastian Jr.
Alright. She's amazed. You have a nice amount of rings.
And he doesn't really have a lot of use for them, so he'll give her 20 gold rings. It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. That's 100 gold.
God, that's 20 plus 5 full plate mail, or not full plate. Armored long coats.
Yeah, no. You just handed over like 10k to her, and she's just like, and
No,
the look on your face is she's like, she just nods and
Yeah, he just kind of like pats all of like the assorted stuff. He's like, I don't need it.
she looks at it strangely as you're just like, yeah, I don't need it, like tooth, claw, whatever.
Well, it's like obviously he does it like he's had this much money and he hasn't spent it on anything. It's like, I'm fine.
She just tucks it into her apron and she nods and she's like, oh, I guess I should have asked him to get some more stuff. And she...
I was worried he'd turn it down, so you'll just have to send him next time.
All right.
You
All
also
right.
have the earrings. So you could just pull like a fucking.
I mean,
Yo, what do you
Sebastian
want
also
from
has
Instacart?
rings on him, doesn't he?
Yeah, Sebastian has a stupid amount of money.
I have 39 gold, 53 silver. So I've bought stuff, but like more than
That's
like,
true. He did
yeah.
buy a nice fake sword.
Nice shit sword, and then got a lawbringer,
And then got a lawbringer shortly after.
But,
which
but
he has wrapped up on his
yeah,
back.
he is wearing the lawbringer. It is covered, but
He just has a very obvious sword shape wrapped up in cloth on his back.
Yeah.
Thank God it's a Goldarian town you're going into.
Yep.
Well, technically there was that town in Goldar that had a bunch of
Well, they weren't like normally there,
Yeah, it was a special occasion.
and it was a big city.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Forad has a lot of small towns and clans in it.
I gave your little brother a trust fund.
Just fucking setting up a college fund.
Can't wait for
Well-
you guys to go on your first hunt, and when he does something successful, you're gonna give him one of those daggers.
Well,
Hey, by phase
Finwood's-
3, he'll be in his 20s.
Here's Finwood's point of view.
Oh, no.
He realized over the course of that conversation that if the end of the world happens in about 20 or so years, give or take some other decades, we gotta fix that, or else Sebastian Jr. is gonna die along with everybody else, and this is the only way he can like help them right now.
Yep.
He's trying really hard not to think about it all of a sudden.
Actually, oh man, I shy away from ever playing characters that are like, you know, I guess related to other characters. But this could be a fun, like, at least little character concept. Be fun.
It's fair, yeah. What would a character semi-raised by Sebastian? What would Sebastian raised by Sebastian? You want to play Sebastian again? There's another Sebastian, there you go.
Oh my god, it would just be the complete other personality.
And he's a Holstonson.
Oh boy.
Anas would
Fine,
offer to
Dolphins.
Marta to help out in the cabin as best he can, since she's got her hands full with an infant.
She rebuffs the best she can. You know, she's like, we
Tough
can
Goldarian.
manage.
Don't need any help. We're fine.
I know he was offering with like chores, moving plates, anything like that, cleaning.
And she's just like, no, you're a guest. Just sit down, relax.
Finwood does do the thumbs up, and he's like, good. You have to be a good guest. Hospitality is important.
He was raised with manners. His mom just doesn't let him do stuff.
Hospitality is huge. Even
Mhm.
my family in Norway was just like, hey, you're coming to stay with us for a few days. Here, we're going to have you get these amazing breakfasts. We're going to have a nice dinner. We're going to go take you out to see town.
A lot of like the Nordics is like they're the type to like just not talk to you, but as soon as you do, it's like, oh, super friendly. You're like one of the family. So-
Oh, yeah, no, Norwegian people are like the
Yeah.
biggest introverts in the world. You go to a town and no one will even look at you. But if you're family, and it's a different story.
That sounds very nice.
There's also like an entire like oh god, what is it called? It's like one of the big like Norse stories that's basically like helps define like all the hospitality rules and stuff for guests and hosts.
Wasn't it Odin in disguise? But there's a lot of stories like that.
There's
I
a
just
lot
don't
of
remember the name of
stories.
it, but it's like a big one. It starts
Oh.
with an H is all I can remember.
Well, there's oh goodness, what's it called? They have a word for it that's like comfiness. No, that's not it. I want to say it's like Hjetta, but Hig! That's what it is. To give courage, comfort, or joy. Hig or Higge. It's a huge thing. and it's like this sense of like coziness and relaxing and all that kind of stuff. And Higa's really it's a really big Norwegian thing. It's like the sense of like having a comfy house and good hospitality and all that kind of stuff.
Aha! I knew I remembered seeing a video on it. Havamall? However it's said. The like
Vedemo?
I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I just said that, Cameron. But it's like a collection of poems that are about like how you're supposed to live and do like things properly and like the conduct you're supposed to have in like certain situations.
It's spelled like that.
Yeah, like homely wisdoms.
Ripley, you're lucky that I don't have to be sad right now. So I don't have to throw you off of me. That's why I kept fucking like putting her on the ground. I'm like, I have to be sad, Ripley.
Meanwhile, she's going, no, don't be sad.
Essentially.
I'm satisfied though. I found what I was looking for.
I haven't read it. I only know the mythology one, but yeah, hospitality is a huge thing in Scandinavian culture.
I'll consider paying forward for every guest for the rest of eternity to this
Right.
household.
Alexei, kind of being beaten to like the helping out is just like kind of like leaning back and relaxing.
They have very nice chairs, like rocking chairs. They're all very nice, carved polished wood and
Gotta be comfy for sitting around all winter.
covered in pelts and all that. Like it's really nice.
Dixie, is your home like this?
I would say there's a lot. There's just there's a lot about my home. It's generally bigger.
So you lived in houses though and had much bigger ones?
Mhm.
You're just nuts. Looks around. I think it'd be nice.
Buildings have never really been my thing. Now, bit of history about places that I'm more well versed in.
He just snorts. Just wanted to know what you grew up in. You spent winters in places like this.
Well, it is practically always winter in Hoffman.
Yeah, real cold up there.
Well, yeah. So if you're thinking Hoffman, it's kind of like closer to Mongolia, really. Like a lot of the houses are more like huts, very compact, earth-shodden, like thatch roofed housing, and whatever else you can get your hands on. Just
I guess. What would noble Hoffman housing be like?
Oh, if we're talking noble,
Since theirs are more their idea on nobles is more things that you have done and heroics you've achieved.
what was the starting gold you got?
50 gold pieces.
Okay, 50 gold pieces. I can generally judge like because essentially that amount is how much you get per month, essentially for living expenses and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, no, you probably would have lived in like a large, like, you know, in Skyrim, in Whiterun, the Jarl's place. That's kind of the building. It would have been like a large hall, multiple fires, like an upstairs, and
Oh, so kind of like the longhouse we were in Skogenjäger.
a little bit, yeah, a little bit, you know, less communal, more personal.
Yeah, more private.
Okay. This is like a more private longhouse.
Okay. Sounds warm.
But that was far from the norm in Hoffman.
True.
I've actually been in a longhouse, and they're pretty cool. They're very warm.
As Finwood said, because he is a paragon of intelligence. He's right the whole time.
Also, you gotta beat the fucking Hoffman cold somehow. And that is definitely a way to do so.
Like, I can understand how, like, even back then, being in a longhouse, you were warm. You were really warm. You'd have to go outside probably every once in a while because they are, like, the fires they have, and they insulate so well.
That's why the crazy bastards will go skinny dipping in ice cold ponds. Sauna at the pond and back, it's fine.
Well, yeah, but in those places, the water is typically warmer than the
Fair.
everything else around it, so. Still not good for you, but it is technically warmer. But anyway, yeah, it's a kind of like a full day thing. You know, it's like a few hours of town, a few hours back. The hike is not necessarily like Abraham. Well, happy to see you and everything like that. He's never talked a whole bunch, you know, before, just to give you advice or whatever. But you know, if you bring up anything on your walk with him,
at most it's like kind of demonstrates on the hike that he still remembers, like, I guess things he said. Like, obviously is like, I didn't forget any of the shit you taught me. Like, I still know it and then some. But one thing Sebastian really liked about Abraham, he didn't like force him to talk much. So honestly, a lot of it is just like happy to be there with like another person.
yeah, it's a good trip for you both, and just the good feelings and the trip and all. You go into town, you get the things, you get a large.
Sebastian does offer to pay for.
And he's just like, no, we got this. We're doing quite well for ourselves. Marta's actually from a pretty well-off family.
That's good to hear. I just have a decent amount of money that I don't spend ever. Just kind of indicates towards like his cord of rings.
I may be old, but I know what you're going into is not going to be the safest. Save it for your trip.
Okay.
Who knows if you need it. And you get a nice tub of ice cream.
Vanilla, my favorite. Not
Fucking
French vanilla.
poor
just
ass
vanilla.
bitch.
It's not vanilla. It's strange. Because vanilla ice
Yeah,
cream
I'm
was
kidding.
actually
Kidding
well,
me.
it's actually one of the interesting things. Everyone thinks the white ice cream is just, vanilla because that's like
Yeah.
the default flavor.
Yeah.
But vanilla wasn't actually it was just originally called ice cream. And it's just like milk with sugar and
Yeah.
beaten into a cream, and it's really good.
I can imagine. I just like to picture Sebastian like, yes, the most boring flavor. That's mine. It's my favorite.
I like to think he will eventually be the creator of like a tea ice cream that
I
has
will
different
call-
layers. They'll
I
have
will
different
call
flavors.
this Rocky Road. It reminds me of a cobblestone path.
I was actually about to say Rocky Road or Moose Track sounds like something Finn would like.
Would you like any toppings with it? No. It ruins it. Give me plain iced cream.
I will tell you all, like, as soon as the Scandinavians discovered like sugary products, they threw it in everything.
Oh god.
Like,
Do you think we can make sweet fish?
they have those.
Yeah.
Swedish
I
fish
know.
comes from an actual sweet fish.
I am incredibly aware. I don't
I'm
require
telling for
us to do the
everyone else's
Deadlands
sake.
research.
That sounds awful. I'll be real.
It was.
A sweet fish sounds fucking disgusting. And I already hate Swedish fish. Like,
I mean, have you
I
seen
love
that
Swedish
era
fish.
of American cuisine that was 90% Jello? Like, yeah, sometimes
Oh,
people
yeah, that
just
was
make
the
shit
thing.
that is bad.
That was the
They just
thing.
eat
Now,
it
yeah,
anyway.
you're right. That's completely fair. Sometimes
yeah,
humanity's wrong. Sometimes
Like they
fuck
have
up.
romagrut, which is like a pudding. It's kind of like it's kind of like Greek yogurt in a sense, and they just dump sugar in it. Like, the Scandinavians love sweet things. They also love licorice. Actually, I have some black licorice tea. It's actually really good.
None of that sounded good. I'll be honest with you.
As soon as you bring black licorice into it, it's just like, nope.
No, I tried the charcoal thing.
Oh,
I knew it was going to be bad, but I
Yeah.
was told to anyway. And it's just like it is a salt rind, and then black licorice,
Yep.
which makes the taste of the black licorice about 9,000 times stronger and worse.
yep.
Because all
Been
salt does is
better.
go, hey, you know that flavor? How about it be better? And better for black licorice is all-consuming and impossible to scrape off of your tongue. Miserable.
I like it. I actually had some candies my sister sent me. They were good. It's just like it's salty black licorice, and inside there's a powdered salt licorice.
Oh, I
mix.
didn't get that far.
But anyway, yes, and you know what? I think on this wholesome note, we'll end the session for today.
Wholesome. I'm talking about fucking salted black licorice.
It's wholesome
Your
in
fatherly
Norway.
Bonding moment.
You've ruined all the bonding we've had. You brought up the existence of black licorice, and then said it
It's
was a good thing.
good. It's good.
Literal stain upon this.
Y'all just don't understand. Anywho, let's go ahead and do some experience, shall we? Interpretation. You know what? For nearly making Alex cry, I'll say 25 experience points.
Yo, I gotta cry more often if it's gonna give me a 25 XP buff. Holy
Almost
shit.
made Alex cry and actually made Sebastian cry.
It's true. A feat in itself.
Wombo combo.
Even I almost cried.
Yeah. Fucking emotional.
Just getting in the mind of Abraham.
Yeah.
And this is so much better than when we were crying in the first campaign.
Yes.
It's true.
It's like, yes, finally, the wholesome, cute moment.
It's a happy cry, not fucking
It's
like.
a good one.
You guys wanted a happier campaign.
And it's great. Thank you for
Anastasia
this.
has a good family. Sebastian has a good family.
Fenwith is just like soaking up their positive interactions with family like a fucking sponge.
Ironically, Fenwith and family is
We don't need to talk about
a
it.
slightly more somber tale.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You get to meet your. Oh well, no, that's not true. Never mind.
No, that's fine.
Beyond that, yes. Finding them within like a week was a pretty difficult task, so I'll give you all 3 experience points for finding them all. 3 experience points for being here. Anastasia, you get 1.
Freaking nature.
And good ideas. Nothing particular. It's just there wasn't really any challenges.
And I didn't get to find out where the 6th temple was the easy way.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like
Where are the
finding
nukes
it
hidden?
would be a bad idea.
Fenwith agrees wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, brute force might find it too, so.
No combat. Really no facing. I'll give you all 5 experience points because this is not the. It's kind of it's a mini arc. This is a big character moment for Sebastian, so I would say it's worth some XP. And the pity award goes to Alexi because while everyone else was like all tracking and such, Alexi's just like, I'm here for the ride.
Yeesh.
Everybody offering money and to help do chores. I guess I'll sit in this chair.
We.
I got to make it squeak.
And let's move on to player nominations and our kudos.
Congratulations on making your dad's like years. You're a big fucking hero. You done a bunch of cool shit. You gotta talk your ass up. Bring home an Arctic Chimera, not even just a coat, a matriarch's coat. You are the
That's true.
best son.
Best son award goes to Sebastian.
What's the other son done? Get born? Ha!
He would be
Sebastian.
easy to defeat.
Sebastian's standing over a fucking crib. It's just that pitiful. Like me.
A small aside, I also love the idea, like, I don't think I could teach him to be a psychic dad.
That was pretty
Like,
great.
Thinking about like I'd have to inflict like really like intense trauma to do that.
Finn was just quietly in the background thinking, like, I mean, it gets cold. He needs to know how to chop wood.
Mom and dad are dead. What? No, I'm just trying to make you gain power.
He's
Work.
sad.
Be so tremendously sad that you're never sad again until you go through a whole character arc with other people and learn to be sad so that you can learn to be happy. Wear
That
this
also makes
medallion.
3 Sebastians in one campaign.
Yep. I did like I really liked the entire interaction with Alexi and Anastasia in the like the woods of like, at least because he never explained what fully he was doing there, and then also just prompting like, what do you want out of like this interaction? What are you trying to do? Like,
That's
for
very
both
true.
of you.
Anastasia,
Very
that
well,
was
yeah.
really
I liked
well
the-
done.
I
I
did
missed it.
I did like the no, not logically as you think's gonna happen. What do you want? That's a good. That is some clear. We've been down this road, Sebastian. Just talk to me like a normal fucking person.
I'm gonna have to watch
That's
back.
good. Yeah,
It was a cool moment.
it was a
I
good
agree.
moment. So definitely Sebastian, or not Sebastian, Anastasia take that player award.
Yes. Kudos to the fucking DM for like bombarding me with like nice, just happy, like just good vibes to the point where I was like, I don't know what to do. What the fuck?
It's
I'm
the opposite
panicking.
of the nightmare of finding the like decrepit cabin in the woods, long, cold, and falling apart with years empty spent.
That's true. His benchmark was that he was alive, and you went above and beyond that.
He's alive, happy to see you, has a wife that he met because he was looking for you so much. And she's like, you know what? I'll help this guy. This means a lot. Wow, I actually like this guy, and also he's going this far to find this kid and stuff. Like, this is great.
That's
And then
exactly why
has-
she fell in love with him. He was so dedicated.
And then you find that you have a junior.
We named.
It's
I was
Sebastian.
feeling sentimental. That is, I love just how that was approached. Just like, yeah, we named him Sebastian.
He thought you were dead, and he just.
It's fair. It's very funny.
Cameron, how long have you had that plan? Or did you just on impulse?
Oh, I just on impulse. His name is
Yeah, I
Sebastian. I was like, Andrew, no. Oh, I know what he would name him. And just...
You know he's gonna have to explain that to his friends at a later date, right? It's like, oh, what's your older brother's name? Sebastian. But is it your name, Sebastian? Yeah.
Yeah,
My
my
dad thought he
he
was
died.
dead.
Like he thought he was like he ran off into the woods when he was 16, and from what I've heard, fought a lot of really dope shit. So like, I guess I got named after what I thought was like a dead kid, but he's alive now.
Okay,
and
but
he's
it's
taught
the
me a lot
kid
of
who
weird
gets, like,
things.
low-key bullied at school for claiming that he has like a famous older brother, and then you actually show up at school one day with an Antarctica America, and it's like
Eyes glowing.
It's
floating
just,
into the school.
T-posing at them.
it's the fucking like my brother could beat your brother to fight. Oh yeah, prove it. Just some like buff barbarian guy comes up, Sebastian floating in the air, hand extended, electricity crackling.
Like 90
no.
swords just appear
Even
behind.
better. It's just like, my brother could be yours. It's like this buff fucking Viking dude, and then all of a sudden just blur T-posing Sebastian flying into the scene.
Except he's not allowed to
Massive
fight by himself, so there's also two more buff Vikings and a guy in full armor with a sword bigger than he is.
We're all going to kick your ass.
We're
It will
gonna
take
jump your brother's
half a
ass.
second.
We don't need to roll initiative.
They don't.
This will literally take a moment.
The guy that your younger brother says you don't have to worry about. That's just I'm just imagining that meme, but with like all of our characters.
I still love the idea of just Sebastian like teaching like a small child battle strategy and like battle plans. Like, this is how you'll be a great general one day. This is all I know, Sebastian Jr. This is all I can do teach you.
Though, I have been planning for Sebastian to have a younger brother for a while now.
Oh boy.
So. The name was spur of the moment, but
Yeah.
the scene was well planned in advance. Just holding true to what I said, that this campaign won't be as sucky as the last one.
Yeah.
To be fair, none of those characters will ever be forgotten. Even
Nope.
Garvey, who didn't even last half the campaign.
But he left a lasting impact, that's for fucking sure. He
That's-
shaped a number of characters,
That-
including one who never even met him alive.
Yeah.
That death had some ripples.
It really did.
Especially in Cameron's plans, because Cameron had a whole bunch of stuff like
Yeah, I
that.
had a whole arc for you.
The all the like whole storylines he keeps dropping in front of you. Just like, oh, there's a mischance. Oh, you don't have a character that would follow that, huh? Oh, missed that one.
I wouldn't have even mentioned it this session, but you asked about the clans in the area. I'm like, well, looks at this section in the book and like it
looking
does
at the
mention
conversation
Holst
we had
came
just
from
had
here.
about me making fun of Holst and everyone. Yeah, no, Finwith wanted to know his clan so he could poke fun at him.
That was pretty great too. I loved that. It's just like, how could I bully him more?
Yeah,
Oh.
you know what? For Finwith being Finwith this whole session, just being the Viking hype man. Go ahead, take player word.
He's living vicariously through this entire interaction.
And Alexi, for giving us the lore dump of the session. Good questions asked. You guys found a lot of information.
True.
And you guys now have a list of odd and interesting names and titles to go through.
Hell yeah. Let's hunt them all. Level 15 campaign, let's go.
Except the ones that are nice when they meet us.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless they want to fight, but then we don't have to slay them. We can just spar with them. Hey, how many sick levels can we gain sparring with divine beasts?
It's a good question. You guys are the level of a variety of divine beasts.
Teach me everything you know. Also, can I have like an singular scale? Maybe a tooth? Like some shed fur? I will do nothing with them. Mostly because you have like 2 abilities maybe that are under 25.
I have to rewrite your Cerberus page. We still haven't gotten it to you yet, but I have to rewrite it because it was lost. Oh wait, no, it might not be lost actually. It might be in my Anima folder.
Fair.
I know the award's already been given for the player growth, but again, kudos, Sebastian has grown a lot. He hasn't hugged his dad yet, but he at least cried in front of him, which is something we haven't seen.
And smiled.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A lot.
I have emotions.
And yeah, the only 2 totems that I don't have anything on are the Cerberus and the Manfetter one.
Because honestly, the only reason he showed any of that is because he was fucking broken down at the door. Like,
Hey, I do have the
it
Cerberus.
ruined any like emotional protections he had. Just every single barrier was just knocked down.
Him admitting to hugging somebody Finwith being. I am the one who got the fabled Sebastian first hug.
It was a very, very touching session.
I still think like I'll look into it, but I would love art that now that like when you brought it up of like the awkward Sebastian Finwith hug. That'd be very fun.
2-second like tap.
Just the fucking like horrible awkward hug and then just the frozen.
As Finwith's immediately trying not to fucking cry.
Any other player nominations and or kudos?
There weren't that too many moments. This was mostly just Sebastian's journey through the forest, pretty much.
Lore and me being emotionally devastated, but in a good way this time.
At least, Alex, you can breathe easy. You have no more emotional things the rest of this campaign, probably.
You have no hold on me, puppet master. All of my threads have been cut.
Haha.
Except for, the overhanging apocalypse in your siblings' future.
Oh yeah, and the rival that I beat a memory of, so I win.
Oh yeah, small kudos to Finwith for giving young Sebastian a trust fund.
That was fun. I mean, because when you did that, I was like, damn, I was doing that. I was gonna do that too.
I was
You
considering
just
it
have to
as
do it
well.
with your dad, like, while you're out. But no, like I felt bad because at like one point in the thing, like I was playing Finn with like all happy and stuff, and he's like, "Oh, you look, there's a little Sebastian. He'll grow up," and then it's like, "Wait a minute, we have to stop the apocalypse so that Sebastian can see his little brother grow up." Oh fuck! Oh god! Oh man! This is too much pressure for me. I don't know if we can. I'm gonna make sure they live comfortably as fuck until then.
Yeah, and like I said, he'll be in his early 20s by the time the phase 3 comes around. So
Oh god, Sebastian's gonna train him to be able to fight against the apocalypse. Oh no, that'll actually be
You
that's
have
actually something.
plenty of really good teachers with you.
Yeah,
it would
Sebastian's
be an interesting character to see develop.
I think it would be. It would be a really interesting character because like, there's a lot of ways to take it, and also just playing any sort of character like that. Just yeah, my older brother is Sebastian, and he's a fucking weirdo, but like he's my weirdo, you know.
Wait, so which one's your brother? The one who looks like he hasn't felt the genuine connection with another human being in about 30 years? I mean, he has, but like he's still really like stone-faced.
Yeah, he's he still is kind of
The
like
floating
stoic,
one.
but yeah, the guy.
And
That's
he's
floating.
also floating about an inch off the ground at all times.
Can you float? No,
No, I can't.
you won't let
So
me.
what can you do? Well, I got sat in front of my brother's also really weird friends, especially once they were comfortable with us. And then we realized that one of them's a vampire, one of them can shapeshift into shit. Actually, the other guy's just kind of like normal and nice and like a regular fucking Viking, which I really appreciate. But no, I
He's
was
also a monster hunter.
who is also a monster hunter and like freakishly strong. He can like shoot ice with his sword. That's wild. I was sat in front of them and told, pick your tutor, or all of them. Get the best of their knowledge.
And
I
who
was
knows?
seeing if I had any psychic prowess, if I had the gift, Finn with, oh, I can't teach you magic if you don't have it. And then I have so much martial knowledge at age 16, it's stupid.
You know, I think actually a very fun character would be making a build that revolves around all four of these characters. Because it would be if Sebastian's actually going to like train his younger brother to fight against the apocalypse, all of you are teaching him.
That sounds like the most D&D character
Yeah.
backstory ever is, oh yeah, I was raised by my older sibling and or parent and their entire D&D party, except
Yep.
Anima.
Yeah, but this is a legit one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just because you wanted it. It's like, no, we had a campaign, and now this character exists.
Yeah.
Nope.
I even
and he
mentioned
may
like,
or
it's
may not
something
be
I shy-
related to Holst. Who knows?
This is something I like shy away from because it's sometimes just kind of cliche and never that cool. But like if it naturally happens, then like fuck yeah. If it happens outside of like me just being like, I want to play a character who's like Sebastian but different. Just Sebastian and he knows my character because they're cool. No, it's just naturally as the game goes on. 'Cause that's how it should be.
Well, you
Sure.
put that in the back of your mind along with your cursed as fuck amulet character and your
Cursed as fuck arbiter.
and then your sneak thief who like just sneaks people gifts.
I have the reverse
Reverse
pickpocket,
fucko.
the amulet emotionally locking himself to one moment, the
And Sebastian Jr.
Sebastian Jr. and cursed damned arbiter. Those are the character concepts. I've been building the arbiter. It's been interesting. It's a lot of key.
Well, as to not make this video too long,
That's fair.
let's go ahead and end it for this session. Thank you all so much for being here. I highly appreciate all you. I thank my players for role-playing with me here today. We told some cool stories. And, yeah. If you want the ability to possibly roleplay with us in the future, go down to the Discord down below and check us out. Also, if you want to see the beginning of this story and try to catch up, you can head over to Bad Luck Gamer on YouTube. There might be a VOD channel in the future, but we'll see. It's a very strong possibility. And yeah, this campaign is almost over. We have the Finwith arc and then dealing with Ringham. And that's
Do you
going to
think
be
Brigham
super
would
exciting.
dislike it if I rode the Devourer in glorious combat into the castle?
You'll have to see. I also found out, like, my interpretation of Hingham was completely off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Rereading
found
the
out.
book again. Y'all ready to fight Alucard? Because that's who you guys are gonna fight.
We're fighting Alucard.
Oh, it
Yes.
gets better.
Oh my god.
And it all came because the whole, the Anima thing that we were talking about, where it's supposed to be coming back, or with the books and everything. Ringham's a weapon master.
One of his nicknames is also Nosferatu.
All right.
Some
Hey,
anime there. I was
Anas, I hate your family, your cousins, whatever the fuck this guy is.
See, he's not a Vitella though.
Yeah, no, that's why I said whatever the fuck this guy is, because I didn't know for sure, but I know he's got some, narrative parallels now based on the nicknames. So.
I was picturing in my head
I was picturing a
Like,
lich.
this
not gonna
fucking
lie.
awesome, Skyrim Draugr, Frost kind of cover, just powerful.
Oh, I absolutely
yeah.
thought Draugr. Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking a fucking terrifying Draugr, dragon priest kind of thing. And now I'm just picturing fucking anime vampire. My disappointment is immeasurable.
I'm sorry, it's in the book.
That doesn't mean it's right.
I
It's
know.
right, Cameron.
I mean, it's right.
I'm sorry, my interpretations are better than the book, but that's not
Way
new in
cooler.
Anima.
Admittedly, we did feel I felt a little bad about you telling me it's he's actually a chill older guy who lets people into his castle sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's kind of what he does. He's just as long as you're not rude and you come in and you go through and steal some treasure or whatever, he's just amusing. You can leave.
You'll never actually take any treasure that matters. So much of it. That's how he does his spring cleaning. Some heroes come in.
Yeah, really. But okay, we're getting close to that. We're also getting almost close to the end of a new slate too. We're about 5 more episodes, give or take. We'll see.
That's good to hear. It's gonna at least. I'm happy it's gonna end before school.
Yeah.
That was the stipulation I had.
Well, that was what we were talking about.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
I was I'm only gonna join if it ended before school started.
so we might have another Pathfinder game coming up soon, as well. Also, I may be joining another game, but before I give too much on that, I want to make sure everything's gonna happen first. So, all right.
Player, Cameron.
I know.
Forbidden.
On stream. Anyway, with that, we're going to go ahead and end for the evening. Go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.
No, did I?
Good night.